What's going on, everybody? Welcome back to the show. Night 2 of the 2024 NFL Draft is about to be underway. The Bills are going to start us off tonight. I'm excited. We're going to have a lot of fun. It's a marathon, not a sprint tonight. So conserve energy, right? Make sure you got snacks next to you. It's going to be a good time. Happy night to Braden. Hopefully you can keep pace with the with the day 2 picks. I know it's going to be a lot faster for all the graphics you got going on tonight. Hopefully that goes smoothly for you. Mitch, what's going on? Since Packers have 4 picks tonight, the rest of the North has 2. I thought it was 3, but yeah, it is 2. That's crazy. Plenty of chances here for Green Bay. Take advantage of a falling board, right? Like we kind of talked about it last night, where there are a lot of good talent left on the board here. If the Bills take McConkey, I will legit cry. I feel like the Bills are going to take they're going to take Adonai Mitchell, but maybe not. Maybe it's Troy Franklin. I wouldn't think it's McConkey just because maybe they view McConkey as the deep threat. I feel like if they want the deep threat, they're going to get a Javon Baker who can do a lot more than be a deep threat, or they get a Troy Franklin, or they get more size at the position with Mitchell, but maybe they will go McConkey. I don't know. Last night was wild with Penix and 6 quarterbacks come off the board. I imagine that we're going to see Spencer Rattler come off the board pretty quickly tonight, and I mean like probably before pick 50. Could be the Las Vegas Raiders interested there, and I mean I imagine the Bills are still going to be picking at this spot. We'll see if they get any action in terms of trades. But yeah, there's a lot of good defenders left on the board, right? Cooper DeJean, Kool-Aid McKinstry, Johnny Newton, right? Obviously top 3 pretty much across the board for everybody. There's a lot of offensive linemen still available. It's going to be a night that we're going to be talking about O-line a lot. A couple of my favorites left on the board, of course, Jackson Powers-Johnson. That's the obvious one. But Christian Haynes, one of my favorites at guard, has been specifically a right guard. Incredible zone player, right? Second level, reach block, all that stuff is really easy for him. We'll obviously be diving more into his profile when he gets picked. Really like him. Dominic Puni. I can't say enough good things about him. Brandon Coleman from TCU. I really like that. Him a lot. Rosengarten, Blake Fisher. There's going to be so many quality offensive linemen selected today even as well. Braden asked which Michigan players going at 37, Colson or Sainristil. I wouldn't rule out Chris Jenkins either, honestly. I think it could be one of those 3 for sure. I have that bad feeling that Green Bay, who I would like them to get Junior Colston because I think he is the Mike linebacker they need. I have a bad feeling that Colson's going to go before they pick, unless they can get ahead of, obviously lost my train of thought. The Chargers, of course, but I think there's another team in the 30s that I looked at and I'm like, they could use line. It's probably Washington. I think Washington's the other team where they got 2 picks tonight early, and I imagine they're going to use one of those on defense, even with their needed offensive line. Which O-line is San Francisco going to take? San Francisco, they could use a lot on the right side of the line. Let's go Roger Rosengarten for San Francisco. That's I'm calling that one. I'm going to call that one here. Yeah, so now officially I think they have just said the Bills are on the clock. 2024 day 2 is open. We'll see if there's any trade. I think the Bills just moved back from 28 because they had either no firsts left, or their tier of wide receivers they didn't like, or the tier of defenders, whatever they were looking at, they were not a fan of, and they were just willing to move off that pick, the 28 and then 32, no matter what. So we'll see. We'll see how it goes tonight. This is my favorite night of the draft, for sure. Not really because the picks are coming off faster, really, necessarily. It's just that there's, I think, so much more intrigue on how teams build going forward here, because some teams like Green Bay, they got 4 picks tonight. How are they going to handle that? Arizona's got several picks tonight. Washington has them. So I'm excited. I'm excited. Why do I not like Trotter? 3rd round, not 2nd. I mean, Trotter to me is just, I don't know. He looks really limited athletically. I don't know. Something just didn't click when I watched him. I feel like I'm very much on my own with the Trotter stuff. I think I'm very much on my own with how I view Jaden Hicks as well. Those two just didn't do it for me on film. I don't know. I think Trotter can be a fine player. I think there's a clear top 4 in this class right now. With I have Edgerrin Cooper at 1, I have Junior Colson at 2, Peyton Wilson at 3, Cedric Gray at 4. I think there's a decent little drop off after that. I think Trotter, I think, could. He reminds me a lot of Blake Martinez isn't the one I'm thinking of, but there's another one. There's another guy at linebacker where I go, okay, he's high effort, he's reliable. I do like the fact that Trotter can blitz, but I also I look at okay, blitz value for him versus Tyron Hopper, who's when he scrapes to defend the run, you can tell there's a different gear with him, acceleration-wise, movement skill-wise. Jaylen Ford's the same way. And I think Traven Wallace I like more than Trotter because Traven Wallace can do Mike linebacker stuff as well. So I don't know. Trotter didn't really do it for me. I don't like – Mitch doesn't like Hicks before round 4. Yeah, I don't either. I think everybody's really high on the Wisconsin tape, which is fine. After that, I didn't even watch that, and I was like, I need to find something positive to write in the notes here, so I'm going to go to that game. But watching Washington and watching Oregon, it was kind of okay, this is not great. UCLA as well. I wasn't thrilled with what I saw. I think there's a lot of work to do. Which again, he's younger. He's got some development track to him. There's potential ascension there, but he plays a little out of control. It doesn't seem like he transitions really well, change of direction wise. I don't know. I was excited because a lot Dane Brugler, love Dane Brugler, had him, I think, safety 1. And I'm like, oh wow, this is going to be the safety I really like because this will be the foil to Xavier McKinney. And I just didn't see it. Yeah, he definitely, he's got to be near the line. If he's not near the line of scrimmage, it's going to be tougher for him. And I feel like there's a lot of safeties where I think they have enough range, but I don't think they have single high range. There's a lot of good split field safeties in this class. I just don't again, Green Bay's just not going to be involved with a lot of those guys because they need either they need enough positional flexibility where they can rotate McKinney down to the box or deep, and you have another guy who can play that way, or a true box guy who can still run, chase, tackle, do all of that. So we shall see. It is. Okay, so this is, I guess, not super surprising. But the Bills have picked. They have picked. I don't like it personally. I think they're way better players. But here we go. The Bills have selected Keon Coleman, wide receiver from Florida State. Just double check, make sure that is true. Yeah. Okay. So when I think about someone like Keon Coleman, okay, I gotta get presenting up. Here we go. So when I think about Keon Coleman, what I think about is obviously a ball winner at the catch point. That's where he thrives right now. And I at 6'3" and a quarter, 213, there's a lot of size, 819 RAS. I'm not concerned. I want to make sure this is very clear because I think some people will look at where I have Keon Coleman in the rankings and they'll be like, oh, he's knocking him down for the 40. No, I'm not. I'm not knocking him down for the 40. The 40 is silly. It's nonsense. It's fun to react to and have fun with. But I don't care that he ran 4.6. That doesn't bother me at all. What bothers me about Coleman is that he doesn't, as a big guy, can't handle press. He doesn't work well against man coverage. He has to basically use physicality and extend arms to separate at the top of routes. I don't think the breaks are well defined. I don't know. The vibes are very off with a player like this. They were very off with Quentin Johnston last year. I should have trusted the gut and ranked him even lower than I did. And the same thing was off with Treylon Burks. It's just like they don't have, they have not mastered how to attack certain coverages, how to handle yourself with tight coverage, man coverage, press coverage, handling how you handle your release game versus all that stuff. How you need to run routes effectively against man, effectively against zone, finding space. Like, I think he just has a lot of work to do. And he is nimble and tough after the catch, and that's really nice to have. I think he can be the power slot. I think he can be what we wanted Chase Claypool to be. After that, I think there's a long development track for him to be a player where I'm like, oh yeah, like that's a player I want as a wide receiver 1. Like, I just don't see him as an X receiver. They're probably going to send him deep a bunch, and Allen's going to take a lot of shots downfield to him. Truthfully, I think I trust Curtis Samuel outside more than Keon Coleman. But yeah, there you go. Bills are making moves. They're taking receiver early. They kind of needed to. I would have preferred them to take Javon Baker by a long shot. If they wanted an X, I think he can be an X. Like, I don't know. I don't love it. I do not love it. So, Mitch says, I like Bullard at safety. Where will he go? That's a good question. It's hard to, oh my gosh. Okay. Chargers are on the clock here. Just traded up. I imagine they're going to go get one of the Michigan guys, but we'll see. Roman Wilson at 34, question mark. But I think he's going to, I hate to say this, but I feel like the Eagles clearly have defined their needs now, and they're attacking them well. They get Quinyon Mitchell at freaking 22. Of course they do. I think they're going to take Bullard tonight. I think that's where he's going. The more I think about it, the more I like it for Philly, and I don't like it for other teams. I think that's where he's going. Yeah, I don't think the Bills have done a tremendous job. I think, I like Khalil Shakir as a role guy in the slot. Now, that's going to be the question, right? Shakir's in the slot. They're probably going to try Coleman out wide, and I don't love it. You know what the vibes are with Coleman as well? Pre-catch and at the catch point, he reminds me of Akeem Butler, and that didn't go well. So, yeah, I don't know. I'm not about it, personally. So yeah, the Chargers are on the clock here. They traded with the Patriots. Can't wait to see what happens here. So here we go. I'll just pull this up. All right. So Field Yates, Patriots trade 34 and 137. The Chargers are trading 37 and 110. So a decent little value pick swap there. The Chargers meetings and visits really quickly. Yeah. So on the list, Junior Colson and Chris Jenkins and Blake Corum. So 3 Michigan guys on their visits, right? Obviously, Dallas Turner's off the board. Nate Wiggins is off the board. Brock Bowers, Neighbors. But there are plenty of guys here, and it's either a Michigan guy or it could be Edgerrin Cooper. That's possible. It's very possible. Would not rule that out. We'll see what they do. We'll see what they do. We shall see. I'm excited to see how the Chargers are going to build after Joe Alt. Okay. So the Chargers, the wide receiver run continues here. That's 4 in a row. Yeah, it's 4 in a row. Continuing from last night. Had Pearsall go 31 to the Niners. Xavier Legette, 32nd to the Panthers. Then you had Keon Coleman just go, and then let's add McConkey to the Chargers. which Ladd McConkey with Justin Herbert, love that. I love it. I think he is going to be a big factor with them. I'm excited to see how this goes. I did not expect them to take wide receiver this early. I'll be honest. So I'm excited for this. I'm excited for McConkey going here. I think, he's 5'11" and 5'8". He's 186, right? He's not the biggest guy, but when you look at that height and weight, eerily close to Olave and Garrett Wilson. Again, the production maybe not exceptional from a numbers perspective, right? When you look at the raw counting stats, but when he was on the field, and again, durability and availability is important here with McConkey's eval. But when he's on the field, his efficiency in terms of yards per route run is up there with the elite players in the class, right? I think Odunze is like 2.6, somewhere around there, 2.64, and McConkey's is 2.54. So like he is in the mix in terms of efficiency on a per route basis with some of the top receivers in this class. He dominates off coverage, right? He's really good at attacking leverage, right? When you look at, okay, is he setting up an out route? Is he setting up a dig? Right? He understands he needs to stem this direction. He's going to move defenders this way. He's going to give himself a lot of openings, and I think McConkey with Herbert, especially because when you think about Herbert's very methodical. He's very technical in his approach. He understands the timing that him and McConkey are going to generate is scary stuff, and I think that is, if you're in that division, if you're in that conference, you don't like this because they go get Joe Alt yesterday and they get Ladd McConkey here. Like that's, I feel like as good a start as the Chargers you could ask for. He's insanely quick through the break, right? Routes are crisp. Like you see him running, full bore vertically, 1, 2, 3 steps, and we're out of the break, which is, you normally want to see 4. And he's doing it in 3. And I'm blown away when I watch him. He reminds me of Tyler Lockett, Chris Olave type, where it's just, he's going to have great feel against zone coverage. He's going to do all the right things as a route runner. He offers a little bit of a vertical threat ability as well, and then he's got the vision and speed after the catch. The one play that they might show on the TV is him against Florida State in the bowl game, right, where they're throwing it out to him for a double pass basically, and he just reverses field and scores because he's got enough speed. Now he struggles a little bit against press and contact, so maybe he's a slot only player, but I still think when you look at him as a Z or a flanker, he's going to be really effective in that role. I don't know. I think it'll behoove the Chargers to potentially find their X, but I think your Z flanker is right here. So Omer, what's going on? Says cornerback tonight for the Packers. Yeah, I think so. I don't see why not. Would love it if it's Kool-Aid or Ennis Rakestraw at 41. We like the Ladd pick. We absolutely do. What's going on, STM40? How you doing? Braden says, I know it's in the Chiefs division. I'm more happy he didn't go to Buffalo. One of my faves, though. Yeah, he is. I think he ended up wide receiver 7 for me. 7. He's in the clear tier with guys like Pearsall, with guys like Thomas, to me, Baker, and Worthy. I think that's that tier for me, I'm pretty sure. And I love that tier a lot. Brian Thomas, a little weary of. I know I have Adonai Mitchell a tier above. We'll see. Might go down with that ship. But yeah, I like that for the Chargers. Mitch just said Atlanta moved up. This could be like Kneeland. Here's the trade from Field Yates. 35 and 186. Falcons are trading away 79. The Cardinals are picking up 79 as if they didn't have enough picks in round 3 already. Wow. Okay. Sure. I mean, if you feel comfortable with how the board looks, Monty's making moves once again. So Atlanta moves up. Air Joyce waiting for Adonai Mitchell. Yeah, I feel like Adonai Mitchell's going to Pittsburgh. I really do. I think he's going to Pittsburgh with Pickens. They'll figure it out. I think Pickens is your phenomenal Z, and I think Adonai Mitchell's your X, and Pittsburgh is going to cook out there. Especially Russ throwing deep balls in that offense, and they're going to probably find a slot receiver at some point too. Moral line help would be nice. Absolutely. I think I would be shocked if they aren't picking another offensive lineman tonight. I just feel like, Jordan Morgan, Jordan Morgan is not a sure thing, right? No pick is a sure thing. You have needs across the offensive line. You have to still address it tonight. I'm of the opinion of that. So that Penix pick, what is that? That was wild. That was the shock of the night last night. If you were here on stream, I was shocked. So I can't wait. I do think this is a good point. Jeff Schwartz talks about this, right? He says Alt plus McConkey is better than Neighbors or any offensive tackle outside the first round. Yeah, probably. Like, I love Neighbors, but like, if you told me the Chargers could get Alton McConkey yesterday before everything started, I would have said, yeah, just go do that, because I think that's going to pay so many dividends for them. So still for Green Bay and AD. Could be. O-line and secondary biggest needs. Yeah, I think secondary needs to be addressed. I think linebackers got to be addressed. But I am loving the McConkey to the Chargers. Oh, there he is. Atlanta coming up to select one of the best names in the draft. So it's Ruke. Atlanta's coming up for Ruke. Ruke Orhorhoro. Oh, these darn banners. There we go. Ruke Orhorhoro, D-line from Clemson. I like this one. I'm weird. I really liked Penix. You and the Couch Potato GM guys. Couch Potato GM guys were big on Michael Penix. They would always have him. They would always take him that early, right, in the 6th spot to the Giants. Sometimes in that 8th spot to Atlanta. I think they did that once, but like, they were always in on him as well. And they could look really good. Like, there were not that many people. I think Matt Waldman had Penix at QB3 as well. Or QB2. I think he's got QB2. Which, wild. But like, you never know. QBs. So yeah, it's Orhorhoro for these guys, and we'll see how long the graphics can last. But we're rolling. We got plans. If we're gonna get stumped tonight, I'll be honest, chat. I don't have 100 of them, but I've got enough. We'll have a good time with this. So Orhorhoro at 6'4", 294, elite RAS score, almost top of the top at defensive line. He actually has a little more production than some of these guys we're going to talk about, I imagine, tonight at some point. 26 pressures, 5 sacks, 17 run stops in 2023. Run stops are basically limiting. I think that there's a certain yardage for run plays that are deemed unsuccessful. I think it's like it might be 2 or less, and he's got 17 of those plays. That obviously includes tackles for loss. He's got 34-inch arms. That gives him an advantage in the run game. He's really as good as it gets in terms of shedding blocks. Him and Chris Jenkins, for guys at like sub 300, those two are as good at shedding blocks as anybody. He's got the closing burst to make plays there, right? He can stand guys up. He's not giving up a lot of ground, right, when he's one gapping or even two gapping a little bit. He's not taking on double teams, but he can two gap in whereas he can snap to a gap that he needs to make a play. Really impressed with that. He's got a motor that runs hot. I think I need to see a little bit more as a pass rusher, just in terms of like he's going to try to overwhelm people, right? He's still learning the game. He's still relatively new to football. I'm fine with this. I think I have Orhorhoro at 5 in terms of defensive line. He's top 5 defensive lineman for me, but might be a little rich with Johnny Newton still on the board personally. We'll see. But I do like this. I think Atlanta gets a little bit better, at least in terms of run defense, and they're adding a player with a decent bit of ceiling. The demon ceiling in Orhorhoro here. So I like that. I don't know about this. I just don't know about it. I went through film. I've got one game left to finish after this stream for Morgan, and then the film room's going live. I don't know. I think there's a chance that it doesn't quite work. I think there are ways for it to work. What I will say is Brillan Trice got him pretty good in 2022. So, okay. Johnny Newton hate must stop. Agreed. What are we doing? So, did they botch the name on TV? That's tough. Sounds like it, at least from what people are saying. So, okay. Well, there it is. Board is falling. Great hope for a receiver run. Yeah, there it goes. There it goes. It shouldn't have been long. Actually, like, kind of a W here. Commanders? Good for him. Hopefully all goes well there. In Washington, I didn't love the Jaden Daniels selection. But you know, I think you can't. It's hard to redeem yourself when you take, in my opinion, the wrong QB. But at the same time, like, I love this. Love to see my guy from Illinois off the board here. Early on day 2. Johnny Newton, 6'1 3/4, 304. 102 pressures the last 2 years at defensive tackle, 12 sacks. I mean, this is, Derek, I don't mind the Orhorhoro pick, but I don't know how you take him over Johnny Newton personally. I'm not sure. Like, I get it, Orhorhoro's a solid player, but man, we passed over Johnny for that? I don't know. Falcons are they're taking, to put it nicely for Atlanta, it's like they're taking their guys, right? That's the nice way to put it, I'd say. But yeah, Newton going is awesome. Oh, Jordan Morgan's versatile, so Green Bay won't get. Man, if they want to take a Rosengarten or Blake Fisher or Dominic Puni or Brandon Coleman and get 2 versatile linemen in there, I'm here for it. I wouldn't stop. I would not stop, but I don't know if he's ever going to be more intense, Jordan Morgan, in that regard. I just want the hand placement issues to be fixed. That's the biggest thing for me. All right, but let's quickly go over Johnny Newton here. First step explosiveness combined with really, really impressive strike timing, right? When he attacks half man, it's as good as anybody, right? I think it's probably a little better than Murphy. And when he times those strikes, he's keeping his feet moving while he's getting into rush moves. You see a lot of guys that'll get into their rush move, right? And they'll kind of stop their feet, then use their hands, and then try to start going again. Newton does a great job of keeping the feet moving while getting to these rush moves. And I'm really impressed that in the 2 biggest games that he had this year, Penn State and Wisconsin, which I know they're not huge, right? I get it. But he comes in and says, no, I'm taking over this game. You will not block me. And he did that. Awesome, awesome player. Can't believe he's still here. Wish Green Bay took him at 25. But he can sit and leverage and shed well as a one-gap run defender as well. He plays a little over-aggressive, but, man, I would rather have to contain some of the over-aggressiveness because he's just that good of a pass rusher. So, how long will Kool-Aid fall is the question. Hopefully right at 41 is where the fall ends. Swift mover for his size, somewhat a mauler too. Yeah, I think Jordan Morgan is swift. He is. Patriot get Polk? Ooh, Polk. Someone's going to get a steal, though, in Javon Baker, and it's probably going to be Pittsburgh. I'm rooting for y'all, Derek, to get Javon Baker. I don't mind this for the Patriots. He's not my favorite receiver left, but there are things he does do that the Patriots kind of need on that team, and that's why I think you can sell me on it. So yeah, Patriots select Jaylen Polk. Let's get to that. Picks are rolling, folks. We're having a heck of a time here. All right, Jaylen Polk. Here we go. Okay. So with Jaylen Polk, 6'1 and 3/8, 203. 885 RAS. Big year in 2023. How about this? 69 catches, 1,159 yards, 9 touchdowns, 2.23 yards per route run. Pretty good efficiency there. 13 of 24 contested catch wins. That's impressive stuff. And I think that's his best trait is what he does at the catch point. Like, that's his best phase to me as a receiver. I think the late hands, it's quick adjustments late on back shoulders, looking to elevate for the football late, right? Good leap timing at the catch point. His hand technique is really good. You see a lot of guys when they attack the catch point, you see them do this, right? Where it's like they're almost clapping and they're looping kind of a little bit like tackles do, right? When they're looking to strike. Polk does a good job where he just he's got his hands in tight and he can just raise it to the ball. And that's something that I think is the Patriots probably love the fundamentally sound work that he does there. He's a great blocker. I'm sure the Patriots are in on that. There's some acceleration there, and I think he can show it off. He throws in a hesitation move sometimes. He has some vertical wins down the field, right? He's got good curvilinear acceleration post-catch, right? They'll throw him some screens at Washington, and he'll make some plays. He can flash some good through break transitions when he's facing off coverage, but press gave him a problem. He's going to have to work on his releases, to vary those up and work on the route tree to become a complete receiver. But I think he's going to provide a good role. The Patriots just need like guys who can, help your QB. I think Polk is that kind of QB best friend type, and that'll be fun to watch with him and Drake May for sure. Yeah, heck yeah. Like that one. Moving to Green Bay. I'm excited to see how what they do, because I think they're going to have, DeJean. Wait, what are we at? We're at 38. So, okay, not yet. But we're at 38. And I think there's a chance that they'll have one of Rakestraw, Kool-Aid, and DeJean to them. Obviously, both linebackers, Cooper and Colson, would be in play. That's interesting because I think Polk, to me, is like genuinely just probably one of the worst when it comes to he's facing man coverage or press coverage, and he's like, oh, it's over. He's got no answer for that. But I think his catch point stuff is almost as good as Rome's, but I think Rome is just way more well versed in the book of route running to me. But yeah, I mean, yeah, I don't think Adunze is always off the line fast. I think that's fair. But yeah. So who's on the clock now? Yeah, Polk's not the flashy pick. Definitely not. So got a little bit of a lull here. Who is on the clock? I think the easy favorite, obviously, we've kind of talked about the three receivers, so the easy favorite for me at this point is Ladd to the Chargers. Probably Polk after that to the Patriots, and then Coleman to the Bills. So, But for Coleman, he'll be able to go up and get it for Allen, and that's kind of what they kind of need that. So maybe it'll work. Maybe it'll work as a role player. We'll see. Okay, so the Titans just took T'Vondre Sweat at pick 38. So one of the three DBs, two linebackers, there's going to be something available that the Packers need. I'm very intrigued to see what they do. They're probably going to trade down twice because that's how they roll. Let me see here. So Titans are selecting T'Vondre Sweat. Let's talk about T'Vondre Sweat. I think the one thing with Sweat that's really impressive is just kind of the limitless power that he has. 6'4.5", 366. And when he runs you over, it's different. It's a different it's a different animal, right? At the Senior Bowl, when he's one-on-one with some of the centers, it just wasn't fair. Guys were just literally folding in half almost. I think with him, it's just, I think the pad level can get a little high. Sometimes it doesn't matter, right, against double teams where he can handle that. I think that, the amount of force he can generate off the snap when he times a strike really well, even just, a two-hand bull rush, can be devastating. I think the Titans are getting. That's interesting. How's that D line? I'm interested to see how that D line sets up now. Because he's got 31 pressures, 2 sacks, but he was just more kind of the slow burn disruptor than he was a true pass rush, devastator out there. But that the Titans are bringing him in to clog up the middle, right? To free up as many guys as they can to make plays. I'm intrigued by the fit. I'm intrigued by it. I don't think it's my favorite pick, but it's wide receiver and it's D line to this point. That's it. Wide receiver and D line. That's all we've seen. Which, the corners continue to drop. I'm very shocked about the corner stuff. I think it's very clear teams view DeJean as a nickel more and more, and they're concerned about him at outside corner because I'm just not sure why else he would be here. If they view him as a safety, kind of the same thing, right? The safety classes and all that. But yeah, this is a great group. DeJean, Kool-Aid, for me, Rakestraw, not Melton. I think Melton's a nickel in my opinion, but yeah, Wilson, Colson, Edgerrin Cooper. A lot of players still available for Green Bay. I hope they don't trade out. But we'll see. We shall see. Adonai Mitchell continues to fall. Yeah, Kool-Aid's foot, but I know Johnny Newton's foot, he just went. So I'm kind of floored. I think the NFL's overthinking Kool-Aid. So we shall see. And Kneeland hasn't gone yet either. So I think okay, so the Panthers are trading out. Panthers trade out. It's going to the Rams. I'm trying to think who the Rams would be coming up for here. They took Verse. So the Rams took Verse. Who do they have on here? There weren't a lot of their visits were not. Yeah, this isn't helpful. This is not helpful unless it's like Andrew Phillips, which I highly doubt it. Ooh, that's a good shout there. With the D-line run. Yeah, I think this is a good shout, Mitch. I like that. Yeah, I imagine you're right, Mitch. I think that is Chris Jenkins. I think they see the D-line run going, and they're not standing pat. Right? They obviously have one of the biggest holes to replace of all time, right? Aaron Donald. That's the void that Aaron Donald leaves in that defense. Even with the acquisition of Jared Verse last night, it's still okay, Verse, Kobe Turner, Byron Young, that's solid. But, the idea of let's go get, another guy for this defensive line. Completely understand that. So, yeah, I think, it could be, Adonai Mitchell. But we'll see. On Twitter, it's so fun. Nobody likes the Tavondre Sweat pick at all. Zero people saying oh, that's not bad. So I'm interested to see what the Rams are going to do. I mean, if you told me the Rams would end up with Verse and Adonai Mitchell, I've been like, so they had 2 first-round picks. But we shall see. We shall see. So 2 picks left until Green Bay's up. I feel like Washington might take Newton and Marshawn Kneeland. So I feel like Kneeland is probably going to be picked by Washington. We'll see. Maybe they go offensive line. But we're waiting to see it. What do we think? What do we think? I think it is likely Chris Jenkins. Or they like one of the corners. Or they get one of the corners. Interesting. Okay, so it was defensive tackle, Mitch. It's not Chris Jenkins. It's Braden Fiske from Florida State. Okay. So they're just putting the teammates back together here. Really cool though, actually. Like, this is kind of fun that Fiske and Verse are on this journey kind of together. They both come from smaller schools. I forget where Fiske is from. Obviously, Verse is from Albany, but both came from smaller schools to Florida State. Now they're going to be playing together in LA. Yeah. Yeah, man. I think, I mean, when you look at the athletic profile for Fiske, it's really strong, right? 6'3" and 5'8", 292. So, you know, there's a lot of these guys in the class that are in that 290 to 300 range. 989 RAS, right? He's got the explosion. He's got the 10-yard split. Like, all that looks really, really solid. I think he's a really good pass rusher in the rotation. I think on early downs he's going to struggle to leverage to hold his ground against offensive linemen. In the run game, I think he's going, though, to a team who is going to provide him a good test in camp, right? They've got Maulers now, Avila, Dotson, right, and Jonah Jackson. Again, he's got pass rush moves. He uses his hands really effectively as a pass rusher. He's got a lot of twitch and burst and explosiveness. And then the motor runs really hot. But I think, like, the one drawback, I think, is he definitely gets stuck a lot. He can get driven off the ball a lot. So he feels like the more rotational rusher to me. I would have preferred Jenkins here, but it is cool that the Rams are kind of just saying, yeah, we'll go all out on defensive line. So there you go. Fiske, by the way, let me see what he had in terms of stats on PFF really quick. 28 pressures, 6 sacks. Okay, so he came from Western Michigan to Florida State. That's what it was. He played with Kneeland in 2022. That's kind of sick. So, there you go. We are rolling with Braden Fiske. Eagles. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, boy. This has got to be Cooper DeJean. It's got to be. It's got to be Cooper DeJean. Who else are you moving up for? If you're Philly. Who else would it be? That's got to be who it is. That's tough. That's tough. Eagles are going to take DeJean. Maybe JPJ. Oh wait, is it? No. Okay, so yeah, so here we go. The trade is 50. They're giving up 50 and 53. 161. The Commanders give up 40 and 78. So the Commanders will have both 50 and 53 later here. Philly gets a pick in the third. Yeah. No, it's DeJean. I knew it. Yeah. I knew it. I mean, it was obvious. It was obvious who they traded up for, why they trade up, who they traded in front of to pick Cooper DeJean. Right. I mean, we talked a lot about it even last night. We talked a lot about it. Drew and I did on Wednesday night. It was kind of like, okay, Quinyon Mitchell, great fit for that defense. Cooper DeJean, great fit for that defense. He can play nickel, right? They're playing a lot of zone coverage, so he maybe could play outside. He could also maybe, if they want him to play safety and it takes a little bit of time and development, like he's going to potentially move there. The Eagles got Quinyon Mitchell and Cooper DeJean. They got both of them. They got both. Yeah. So Cooper DeJean, 6'0.5", 203, right? 985 RAS. Ran the really nice 40. Did some good. Had some good jump numbers as well. A lot of snaps at outside corner. I think he's moving to the slot personally. But in Philly, that might be the one place where I think he could stick out there and do okay. Obviously, his processing and recognition skills and zone coverage is really impressive. He's a good tackler. Plenty of speed and burst, right? Has the ball skills. I think nickel's his best position because I think he struggles in transition, especially when he's in like trail technique, right? Especially when, you have receivers who can throw in, deception stuff at the top of routes and still stay fluid and maintain speed. Like he struggles with that. He kind of has to play more physical out there, which I think he can do. But like this is perfect. It's a Fangio defense, right, where you're going to be in a lot of off coverage. Yeah, I can't imagine this doesn't work out. Like at least one of the two is going to be really good, I think, in Philly. If not both, because it could be both. But oh, yeah, there you go. Packers traded it to the Saints. That's who they wanted at 40. So they wanted at 40. I would have called my shot if Green Bay has this pick, but they don't. They're doing it again. I need to blow my nose. It's the first time I've needed to blow my nose in a while. But I do need to. 1 second. I'm going to mute so you don't hear this. Sorry about that. Yeah, so it's tough. It's tough. But I'm sure Green Bay was like, yep, if we don't get DeJean, we're on the phone with somebody immediately. So 45, 168, and 190. I think 168 was like around the pick last year where they got Carl Brooks or they got Wicks, one of the two. So I'm fine with that. 2 more day 3 picks for Goot. I'm sure they're going to find a way to move up in a few hours, right, when we're at 88 or 91. I could see that happening. He's doing it again. So let's think about this for the Saints. Everybody's mad at Detroit and Philly. It's like, well, Goody could have tried to move up if he didn't try to move up. So it's tough. That's tough. Will Philly teach him how to fair catch? I'm sure they will. Oh, okay. Oh, people are going to be so mad. People are going to be so mad about this one, too. God, I love this draft for the Saints. It doesn't necessarily, but I feel like Goody was today, right? They have a lot of time before. I'm sure they had a few guys in their tier, right, that they're looking at. They're like, all right, if these guys don't make it to us, we're moving out. So like they didn't probably feel like they needed to be aggressive at getting them. They probably had called people already today about potentially moving down. So But this is tough. The Saints are selecting Kool-Aid McKinstry, so yeah. There you go. Yeah. That's tough. That's tough. Yeah, he could have. He could have taken Kool-Aid. Clearly, they didn't like him enough to pick him with in the top 40. So there's that. Yeah. Where's my guy at here? Here he is. Here's my guy. There we go. I think the Saints might have the best draft so far. Trying to think who has a better draft. Maybe the Chargers. But I think the Saints have the best draft right now. Which, Fuanga and Kool-Aid is honestly tremendous. I think they needed help at corner that they maybe were masking a little bit. He's 5'11 and a half, 199, right? The 7.55 RAS, 66 passer rating allowed in coverage, 16 pass breakups and interception in 2022. I get that maybe people are concerned that he doesn't create turnovers, but I'd rather have a guy because turnovers are there's such high variance plays that you go like, oh yeah, this guy had a lot of picks. If he had a lot of picks one season, it's probably because he got tipped passes, right? Underthrows, all of that stuff. I want guys who have 16 pass breakups, right? Like that. That's what I'm talking about. McKinstry, patience, recognition skills, quicks, physicality and coverage, right? He's fluid and efficient in transition. He's a really good wrap-up tackler, right? I think for those in here, he wraps up a lot like McKinney does, where he's not an enforcer, but he does a good job of making sure that you're not getting yards after the catch, right? He's doing a good job with technique there. He's got catch point timing and production. He's got plenty of press experience. I know there are long speed questions, but it's very possible the Saints, keep him they play more two-man and they don't play a lot of single high in New Orleans, where McKinstry can have his guy out there, right, in man coverage, but he's still got help over the top. So I love that for the Saints. I think the Saints have crushed this draft to this point, getting Kool-Aid and getting Taliesa Fuanga. I think the one knock against the Saints would be Fuanga maybe not working at tackle and working at guard, which would be tough for them. So, well, maybe we'll pick in a little bit. So, here's where we could use, so Valentine Believer added spins to the wheel for sure. Could use a physical nickel type like Phillips. Yeah, Andrew Phillips I do have graded as a nickel. I think he's going to be better there. I think to me, Andrew Phillips, what happens with him is at the catch point, I think like when he's a little bit out of phase, he panics. He panics when he doesn't get his head around. A lot of penalties there. I think he'll do a much better job in the slot. I've seen him get around blocks and go through blocks near the line of scrimmage. I think Phillips is a much better player for the slot than he is on the boundary. Now I have no idea who's going to target linebacker. Yeah, I think Colson and Cooper are your guys now. I would take Rakestraw, but I'm not sure they will. Right? Rakestraw's a little undersized. I think they're looking at linebacker. Chris Jenkins is still there. Right? That's something we could be talking about. But, yeah, it is what it is, It could be Wilson, but I feel like they're probably worried about age and injury. Kamari Lassiter goes. Okay. Yeah, Texans take Kamari Lassiter. Let me put this in. the Texans really didn't like. The Texans are hard to nail down in terms of like what they need, right? Like if you look through the roster, like I think you could add stuff to the offensive line. Wouldn't bother me. Defensive tackle, linebacker, and maybe another corner. It just felt like, the Texans were a team that could just kind of do whatever what they wanted to. They could have, if they took A.D. Mitchell here, I wouldn't have even batted an eye. So, let's talk about. They used the trade down as an injury hedge for Wilson. Maybe. Let's do this really quick. Kamari Lassiter going to the Texans. 5'11 and a half, 186. So very similar to our boy Ladd from the same team. Maybe the 40 scared some teams off. Clearly, Houston wasn't one of those teams. I think he's quick enough and sudden. I think he's going to be more of the in-your-face type, right, press man corner. I think he thrives there. I think that, with him, I think he can be a little stiff at times, but he can work well enough in transition when he gets hands-on, right? If he can get hands-on and consistently play contact ball early, he's going to disrupt enough where he can recover if need be. And I think that's what they're looking at. Maybe they're going to play him in the slot. I don't know. He's got the enforcer, mentality, which is really good for the position. So, I think this is interesting for Houston. I think corner would have been on the list, no doubt. And they go get, a corner who plays physical and feisty. And I think that fits in really nicely. He's definitely a type of player that DeMeco Ryans would really like to have. So I like that for them. Yeah, I like it. He has, really quick, 3 seasons? No. Not a lot of pass breakups, just 5. Last year, that's the most he had in any season, but a 48.7 pass rating when targeted. So pretty solid there. The Cardinals just... Whew. Here goes the DB run, and it started with DeJean. It really started. Here we go. There was a lot of talk that this guy was going to go earlier. It was very clear that this was going to be the case. It's Max Melton for the Cardinals. Yeah, we were prepped for this. We knew that this was going to be the case. Mike Silverman, are the Packers going to take Cooper? They could take Edgerrin Cooper at 45, very possible. I wouldn't surprise me if Goody moves down again, if he doesn't like what's there. But I like this. So the Cardinals picked up more capital, right? They traded down with Atlanta? Trade down with Atlanta? Is that who they traded with? I think they did, and they picked up another day 2 pick, which is nice. I think with Max Melton, personally, what's going on, Taylor? How you doing? How's it going? I think personally, I'd play Melton in the slot. I think that's where he fits best. I think he can mirror match there, and he can play, physical and do some quick jam stuff with press. I think he's got enough speed. I don't think he's out of place in that regard. I think he, with guys like Roman Wilson, when he faced him a couple times in his time at Rutgers, he was able to kind of stick in the hip pocket on crossers, which that's where Roman Wilson really, really ate. So that's, something to note for sure. What else? I think the tackling and the penalties seem like, something that, I'd be a little more concerned about. But I think that the ease of that is to ease the concerns. That is, you kind of move him into the slot, which I think he'd dominate there. I don't know if the Cardinals are going to do that. They have a lot of needs at corner. They might play him on the boundary, which I'm not sure I would. But, he's got a lot of snaps out there. He's only got 60 snaps in the slot from 2023. I think there's like 120 more in 2022. But decent ball production as well. 5'11", 187 is plenty of size out there. So let's see here. Mitch says the Cardinals are winning in the draft. It's hard not to agree. I think MHJ, Darius Robinson's interesting, and Max Melton. I think those are two versatile defenders as well. Joseph, what's going on? Says, seemed like Goody isn't concerned about outside corner depth. It does seem that way. We'll see how it goes. Like, obviously, Rakestraw's still there. Tampa. There are some guys, but it seemed like they didn't care about corner. They're going to trust their guys. We'll see how that goes. What are the Packers doing? Every year it's the same thing. We all want someone, he picks a random player. Yep. That's how it goes. He just closes his eyes and picks. I don't know. I think he's done. I mean, the last two drafts have been really good for Goody. Not to be a downer, but he could be due for a stinker. So, you never know every year in the draft. So, okay. The Raiders are taking JPJ. So there you go there. Picking Van Ness was totally so good. Van Ness was a long play. I don't know what you want to say. If you're looking at what Van Ness did after 1 year, he did not have the worst rookie season. He did not. I challenge you to go look at Tyree Wilson and Miles Murphy. Tyree Wilson went ahead of Van Ness. Tyree Wilson was horrible last year. Horrible. He went 7th. So, okay. Let's talk JPJ. For the Raiders. Raiders doing some solid things so far, of course. I think when it comes to Bowers and Powers Johnson, I mean, I think Powers Johnson, you could play him at center or guard. I imagine the Raiders, if I remember correctly, are probably going to be playing him at center. Let's see. So, really quick, Jackson Powers Johnson, 6'3" and 3/8, 328. I was 334 in Mobile. I think you're getting elite center play with Jackson Powers Johnson. I think you're getting diverse scheme deployment too. He can. He's going to handle himself in terms of power concepts, gap stuff. He's going to be able to do kind of that stuff where he can work on one man, right, with the man-on-man blocking, but also with zone blocking, right? I think he can reach block. I think you see him do a lot of good stuff getting to the second level. He does a really nice job of, like, when they combo at Oregon, he kind of gives them, like, a hip check a lot of the times for defenders, and it gives, the guard next to him a really good chance of getting better leverage off the snap. And I think he works the second level well. Now he can overrun some targets at the second level. That's something that definitely happens with him. But I do think when you watch him in pass protection, dominant, passing off stunts, right? Good spacing at contact. And what I mean in the contact phase, some guys get a little too close to the defender, and that ruins your center of gravity. That ruins your balance. He does a good job of keeping his feet further out so that he can kind of stay away from getting driven around or pushed around out there. Just the spacing he generates, the hand usage, the hand reset ability, right? I think the injury history is the question. That's probably why he is available at this point. But man, the Raiders, that's looking nice. It's looking nice for them. So Jordan Schultz is crushing it out here. It's Edgerrin Cooper to the Packers, folks. Edgerrin Cooper. There you go. There you go. I got to go into their stream really quick. Just got to go there and say hello. So I like that. It's Edgerrin Cooper. It is. It's him. It's him. They took him. So there you go. Do you take So, I mean, Kingsley Suamataia would be interesting, but I think Edgerrin Cooper is really fun. Really, really fun. So, yeah, I think he was a solid run defender. Yeah, there you go. See, look at that. Now you're pleased. There we go. We got you. See, Goody's got you, man. He's got you. He's got you. Yeah, they took their guy there. We'll take that. Right, we'll take that, guys. I don't think I might be able to monetize the film room on Cooper, but we'll be doing it for you. I'll take it, and this is why I think the biggest question. I think this is a better pick than Jordan Morgan personally. But what I like about this, and we'll talk about it. Let's talk about this. Let's chat about linebacker 1. All right. Oh, my gosh, guys. Let's have some decorum. Me. This was talked about heavily, right? This was a meeting at the Shrine Bowl, I believe. So, Edgerrin Cooper, 6'2" and an 8'2", 230, right? And has a 9'10" RAS. That tracks, right? That's very goody. In 2023, this is what I love, okay? When you look at the stat sheet, I know it's raw counting numbers. That's fine. But 27 pressures and 10 sacks? Are you serious? That's what he had in 2023. That's absurd for a linebacker, first of all. This is the type of aggressive, athletic, tons of speed. Like, this is a linebacker that's a lot of fun. But 58 tackles, 2 pass breakups as well. Yeah, baby, Edge Cooper. That's what we're talking about. We love this pick. Again, I would have loved to have Kool-Aid on my team. Would have loved to have Johnny Newton on my team. No doubt. No doubt. Would have wanted those guys. But now let's get hyped a little bit, okay? We like this one. The ho-hum offensive line wasn't as exciting. Okay, he's an elite blitzer. He's got good processing skill set against the run. He'll sniff out the screen game. He can sift through blocks, and what I mean sift, he can get around them. He can dip around them. That's kind of how he handles would-be blockers at the moment. But the functional athleticism be a will linebacker, run and chase, right? Carry guys up the seam, sprint to the sideline and make plays with a ton of range. This is all the makings of maybe a little bit more of a Quay Walker, but I think he has a better understanding of the game as a whole and where he needs to be and where runs are going and eye discipline, and I think he has a little bit better of that than Walker does. But man, you talk about just 2 heat-seeking missiles at linebacker in Green Bay's defense. They clearly right now with Hafley, and I'm sure that Clayton and the fellows are talking about it. I think with Hafley coming from there, from Saleh, from Ohio State, linebacker play, really, really good linebacker play. They might have it here with Edgerrin Cooper. Love that. There we go. On the board for day 2. I don't think you're going to find a soul that that doesn't like that one. So, ooh. Wow, that's interesting that they traded out, right? The Panthers traded out and they took, well, I mean, they're getting weapons for Bryce at least. Yeah, I think the defense is going to be good. I think there's going to be a lot. Well, SDM40, that is the question, isn't it? Who plays Mike linebacker? I don't know. I have no idea. That's above my pay grade. Who plays middle linebacker? I have no clue. To me, I think you want the answer? It's Isaiah McDuffie, I think. Because here's my thought, okay? So this is the thought process I have now that I'm thinking more about this. Here's what happens. If you're in base personnel 4-3, right? If you're in base personnel, okay, what happens is McDuffie's out there. Okay, he's playing linebacker out there. You've got two others. Okay, what's going to happen, I think, is they're going to walk one of them down to play the Sam backer. It could be either. Honestly, it could be Walker. It could be Cooper. Cooper's a better blitzer, right? Cooper might have more range, so maybe he's the Sam backer. Okay, and you have Walker playing the Will backer. When they're in nickel, more passing situations, obviously you're just going to have both of them out there with a lot of space to work with that they're going to be able to cover. So I think that's probably what the vision is. That's at least in my head. That's what I see at the moment. But, we'll see how that works. But I do think if they're going to walk a 4-3 out there and they're going to have three backers out there, I think McDuffie's going to be the Mike. And then they figure it out on passing downs. They figure it out when they're in nickel. And maybe Green Bay still can go out there and add Chris Jenkins to be the run defender to kind of maybe, shed blocks and offer a little more help for the two young linebackers out there with a lot of athleticism. So I think they'll figure it out. That's a good point. But I think that would be my approach. Doesn't mean it's correct, but that might be my approach. Yeah, I think you could say, who wears the green dot? I think McKinney does. I think McKinney's wearing the green dot. I think he's going to have everybody in place. Like, for sure. It's not even a question. It's not even a question to me that McKinney's going to be wearing green dot. There's a reason they went out, paid McKinney that much money. They know how good he is. Wouldn't shock me if he's got the green dot in the helmet. So, but yeah, I think Walker could be the Mike. We've talked about, his ability to shed, I think is a really good point here. He just doesn't diagnose fast consistently. Yeah, I think when Walker and Cooper are dropping into coverage, the amount of windows they're going to take away from your passing game, that's nuts, man. That's nuts. It's not Warner Greenlaw level, but it's like, it's a lot of space that they're going to be able to cover. Whew, love that. Yes. That's what I'm talking about. Let's go. Yeah, Quake can't catch. That's true. He did drop a lot of picks. But, like, if he's getting into those lanes and making plays, and just deflecting passes, I can handle that. He'll pick off one or two now and again. That's fine. If he gets in those windows on 3rd and longs and gets a team to punt, I'll take that all day. Yeah, I'll take it all day. He can get into windows. He's got enough range to do it. I'm good with that. I can live with that for sure. Let's quickly catch up to speed here. Jonathan Brooks is going to the Panthers, and I love this. He's my running back one. I think obviously injury aside, yeah, that back seven might be real nice. I still think there's some. I mean, they're probably going to add a safety at some point. I hope they add Bullard. I'm fine with adding Nubin as well. I just would think that they're probably going to go more athletic than Nubin, but if they add Nubin too, geez Louise. Monitoring elsewhere, giving you a like. Thanks, Dana. Dana, I really appreciate that. Always coming into the stream, always just throwing a like down there to help out. That's awesome. I really appreciate that. I really do. So hope you're enjoying. How about Max Melton? Solid. No, take that. I think you'd be a really good nickel, which you need more of those guys in today's league. But maybe you can hang out wide too, be aggressive, impress. Maybe a little more off coverage, obviously with Gannon, but Arizona I think is doing well, Dana. But I appreciate you stopping by. Tyler Nubin, please. I imagine we're going nickel soon as strong safety. Braid in the 5th would be fine with that. Take my shirt off for a mile. Rakestraw would like that. Happy with the pick. Very good press guy. Yeah, he gave Roman Wilson and Marvin Harrison Jr. as well some trouble. So there you go. We got to catch up, of course, here. Let's try to catch up a little bit. I got Brooks. Let's talk about Brooks really fast. Where are you? Jonathan Brooks. Here you are. Yeah, so look who has arrived.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm good. We just
Nate
spent
is
several
chilling.
hours at an AT&T store
Oh, man.
getting my wife a new phone. So
Okay.
that was fun, but I wanted to check in before we go to dinner, so I've got a little bit to hang out with everybody.
All right. Nate, I
Our
need your
boy I
thoughts.
saw went off the market.
Or what?
Our boy went off the market.
He did.
I like the fit.
Boy, he's behind some studs there. He's going to learn, and I think it's going to be a good time.
That second contract's going to be a real nice time for him, though.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. How do you feel about Kool-Aid, Nate? Fuanga and Kool-Aid?
Yeah, I'm hyped.
Come on, man.
That feels like not quite like a 2017 Saints draft, but like pretty dang.
I feel like I'm trying to think who's had a better draft than them to this point. Maybe the Chargers with Alton Ladd, but like I'm trying to find another team.
Yeah, it's they're right up there. I'm real proud, and they needed it. You know, there's been a lot of faith lost in this franchise. I think over the last 2 years, and rightfully so. So it'll be interesting.
Yeah, I think the only way it doesn't work and be an exceptional draft, in my opinion, for the Saints, is if Fuanga can only play guard.
Yeah.
That would be the only way. But otherwise, I like it a lot. Nate'll be right back. Gonna run for something. Jonathan Brooks, really quick. Let's get him up to speed here. 6'0" 3/8", 216, 187 carries for 1135 and 10 touchdowns in 2023. 63 missed tackles forced. 51 first downs, 3.91 yards after contact per attempt. 43.3 breakaway run percentage. He's flexible, right? The movement skills to string together cuts, the stop-start burst, right? Impressive contact balance and contact avoidance to where he's only got to dip his shoulder, right? He's not he trusts that like he doesn't have to take guys head on, right? He does a good job reducing surface area, right? Keeping himself balanced. He's got sufficient burst out there. And he's a really, really good pass blocker, too. I think that's underrated about Jonathan Brooks. I love it for Carolina. Carolina getting Leggett and Brooks. Really, really solid start there. We'll catch up here a little. I got to keep the draft tracker up so I know who's on the clock now. Going to have to start doing that. Which I don't want to do it. We kind of need to. Okay, so the Giants were next. Where are we here? Okay, so where are we? Yeah, Tyler Nubin for the Giants. Let's get to that. I see the next one as well. We'll be caught up. Don't worry. Don't worry, everybody who's watching. Okay, so Giants selected Tyler Nubin. Let's get to him as well here. Where are you, buddy? Here we are. Okay, so Tyler Nubin. Quick on him. 6'1" 3/4", 208. 43 tackles, 20 run stops, a forced fumble, 4 picks, 4 pass breakups, 41.7 pass rating allowed in 2023. Pretty similar numbers across the board. Interceptions, pass breakups, even better passer rating allowed in coverage. For me, Tyler Nubin is like the perfect strong safety. Great processing skills and zone coverage. The route recognition instincts are incredible. He's got great feel for leverage and spacing. Impressive closing speed downhill, great ball skills, right, in air athleticism. He's a good run fit player and a strong tackler, which I think makes him a box safety. Good communicator, alignment versatile. I don't think he's a single high safety. I think he struggles to maintain speed on path adjustment back there, and I don't think he has enough speed back there. So maybe I don't know if the Giants are thinking this is their new Xavier McKinney. I think he's a way better version of like Landon Collins. I think he comps better to somebody like trying to think of his best comp, and it's losing me a little bit. Oh, I have it. I think I have it. No, I don't. I thought I had it. It was the wrong name. No comps. Screw comps. He's a
I'm
poacher,
trying
man.
to think for Tyler
Middle field
Nubin.
poacher, bro.
I'm trying to think.
Middle field poacher. Adrian Amos isn't bad, but I think he's got more ball skills, and he's a turnover hunter.
Maybe like a Juan Thornhill.
That's not bad. That's not bad.
I remember that guy. So is he still in?
Thornhill? Yeah, I think he was in Cleveland this past year.
Yeah, he was. Wow.
So
I was really excited about him when he came in. I mean, he's 29,
still solid.
28, 29.
Yeah, I think he's still solid. Yeah, I can't think of the comp, but oh well. Tyler Nubin, good player. Giants get a good player. I don't know about this, man, but oh wow. So all right, we're a couple picks behind. We'll get there. So quickly, Jaguars selected your fella Mason Smith.
Yeah,
from LSU.
Mason double A. The double A is for extra motivation.
Yeah,
it adds the extra engine.
Yes,
it's like because he's screaming because that 5'1" 40. It's so fast you have to scream at it.
Yeah, it is. This is true.
This is a guy that was a 5-star, top 20 prospect nationally. Yeah. So see him go second round. Not bad. Not bad.
Just injuries, man.
Yeah. ACL tear, shoulder injury. He's kind of hurt it all.
Well, you can even see shoulder injury. He's got that wrap on there in the
there
image.
It is.
So yeah, I mean, injuries have really derailed it for him a little bit. There's a lot of potential there with power and athleticism. I think pad level is a little bit of a question mark, but like other than that, like he is somebody who big, lot of athleticism on field at least. Like that feels very Trent Baalke for Jacksonville. He drafted Travon Walker first. Like we shouldn't be surprised that he's going Mason Smith in the second round. A lot of prove it stuff for Mason Smith, but this is a high ceiling throw, and that's what the whoops. Oh, are you going? Peace in already? 2 picks? Whoops. All right. So Nick came in to say hello for a few picks there. Let's get to Chris Jenkins because I got him up and running here for the Bengals. That's the other team that's, I think, doing a really good job. Bengals are going with Chris Jenkins. It's not surprising after the Packer pick that I'm behind. We knew that was gonna happen. We knew that. We felt confident in that. So Chris Jenkins from Michigan is somebody I would have loved the Packers to have on the roster. Stinks. But 6'2" and 3/4, 299 and 899 RAS. I think the production's really the question mark where I think it was like 23 pressures, 2 sacks or something like that. He's just not a consistent enough pass rusher at the moment. But what Cincinnati is getting is a tremendous run defender, stack and shed ability, closing burst, right? Has the ability to 2-gap right when he's taking on blocks. He can surprise offensive line and cross their face with that type of burst and acceleration off the snap. But he just has to it's just got to be more counters. He throws in a spin move every now and again that's really impressive, but I think Jenkins just has to work on that repertoire. But I'm excited for this. Mims and Jenkins is pretty good for Cincinnati. Did he go back? No. Reader went to the Lions, actually. So it's just, I think Jenkins is going to have to start. It's going to be him and BJ Hill on the interior, which I think Jenkins can start. I think he's got the requisite run defending skill set for that scheme that's going to want to defend the run and then get you into 3rd and 8 and then drop 8 guys. So I'm fine with that. Good is scheming. Still believe in the AD Moon mission. Love Mustafa in the 3rd. Yeah, there are going to be a lot of safeties, I think, in the 3rd round. I think Nubin was probably a tier above everybody. I might have had Bullard in that tier as well. But Nubin was safety 1 in this class, and he goes off as safety 1. That's not shocking at all. Mike Hebring dropping super chats. What's good, man? I appreciate that. says, how about 80 Mitchell at 58? Yeah, I mean, I would have thought about it at 41. I would have thought about it at where he's my wide receiver 4 in this class. And if Green Bay gets him there at 58, yeah, that would be impressive. I still think he might be a Steeler. After all this, him and Pickens makes a lot of sense. I know my buddy Derek's going to be over the moon if that's the case. Oh, Washington. Washington, talk to me. This is a great draft. He does know, Ayers Joy. Mike was talking a lot about Brian Thomas Jr. yesterday, too. So Green Bay's got, we've got 8 picks till they go. Yeah, I couldn't believe he made it a 58, but I'd take Javon Baker at 58, too. Somebody I really like there. Pick is in for Pittsburgh. I'm excited to see who this is. We're obviously going to get to Washington. Okay, Pittsburgh went sensible. We'll get to that. So the Commanders select Mike Sainristil, defensive back from Michigan. The Michigan fellas are flying off the board now. Yeah, Mikey Sainristil. Big fan. Where is he? Here he is. This picture of Sainristil probably goes harder than anything I've put on the graphics tonight. So this picture is sweet. With the visor with the field on it. Other than that, he's pretty much everything you want in a nickel corner, right? The football intelligence, the route recognition, the ball skills, right? He helps out in run defense. He can blitz. He's playing tough and physical football, snap to snap. He's just, other than the size, that's really the biggest question mark. He's tremendous. I think Washington has really redeemed themselves in my eyes with taking Newton and Sainristil on day 2. And I think there's obviously still a lot left for them to go attack the draft. They've still got a decent amount of capital. So excited to see what they do from here. I wish they had Drake May, but love how they're going about defense here. Once again, got to blow my nose really fast. Okay, back here, Pittsburgh. They're really going pretty quick tonight, which is great news. Pittsburgh is taking Zach Frazier, which makes sense. They needed center. I think this confirms that they're not playing Fa'utanu inside. They're leaving him at tackle. Sainristil is awesome. I believe he was my slot 2 behind DeJean, just because I like putting DeJean there over everywhere else. But Andrew Phillips is probably the best nickel left. Jerrion Jones is fine. I didn't like Jerrion Jones at nickel. I thought based on what he does, he's better outside. But yeah, did they really? Indy. Jesus. Goodness, Indy's cooking, man. Gosh sakes. But yeah, Andrew Phillips would be a solid nickel pick. Let's get to Zach Frazier really fast. Where are you, buddy? Where's Frazier at? I don't see him. There he is. Okay. Yeah, so I mean, Zach Frazier, what I think, 6'2" and 5'8", 313, 7.66 RAS. He's got 2,667 snaps at center. Just allowed 4 sacks in the last 3 seasons at West Virginia. Great knee bender, impressive leverage at contact and pass pro. He fights to recover when he's out of position. His movement skills are adequate. They're not insanely good with in terms of, like, if you look at Powers Johnson, you look at Barton. but they get the job done, right? He can pull, he can get to seal blocks, he can seal off front side of plays. Like there's a lot to work with there with Frazier. Pittsburgh's commitment to offensive line is very impressive to watch. I'm so happy for them. I said it last night as well as tonight, but I'm going to say it again. Pittsburgh, after the 2022 NFL draft, I couldn't believe that the lack of attention the offensive line got. I couldn't believe it. And now, the last two drafts, they're coming away with Broderick Jones, Troy Fautanu, and Zach Frazier. Love that for them. That is an excellent pick. They need that. But now for the main event, folks. This is... Chris Ballard is just freaking cooking, man. Like, are you kidding me? Adonai Mitchell to the Colts. Insane. I think I have to look at my board. But my best player left... Best player left for the Packers... It's either Rakestraw in the tier of early second round. It's Rakestraw, Baker, Haynes, Michael Hall Jr. Those are the four that are left in my early round 2 tier. All right, Adonai Mitchell. Let's chat. Yeah, Brents. You did love Brents last year. I feel like the Colts take a lot of players I like. Bullard and BB, how's it going? Joseph, good to see you. Yeah, Adonai's a beast for me. I know Joseph and you're in Clayton's stream. I'm sure Clayton has him like 90th or something. Just fair. That's fine. Analytically speaking, that's understandable. Right? Like he has not been the most productive in terms of efficiency on a per snap basis. Right? Like that's been the main question. However, Adonai just gets open, man. Against press, against man coverage, he wins as a deep threat. Like he's got impressive leaping ability, body control, can win the catch point really well, track it over his shoulder. The wicked twitch to combat press coverage, especially with the footwork and tempo. Like he's just so fluid. He's so sudden. It's impressive to watch him get open, especially against the Bama corners. He kind of dominated them a little bit, right? Like that was impressive to watch. I think that he's not offering you a ton post-catch, to be honest. However, pre-catch, really good at getting open, especially against man, especially against press coverage, and can just dominate at the catch point. And yeah, I think this is probably what did hurt him. Again, having a health issue like that, I'm sure is not always best for your mentals, right? Like it's not easy. It's not easy at all. Some days can be a lot worse than others, and it's just sometimes you're in a mood where you feel frustrated, or I think it's tough. I can't imagine how tough it would be to be having the pressure to play at a high-powered football program who made the college football playoff this past year, right? Playing at Georgia, he's played at high-quality programs. I'm sure that pressure has not helped with this as well. So good for him. I hope he crushes it. I hope he absolutely crushes it. Yeah, I have seen that. There's a lot of that. But I'm rooting for the kid. Rooting for him. Chris Ballard's the man. Adonai Mitchell, Michael Pittman Jr., and Josh Downs for the Colts. The rumor is they were trying to move up for Brock Bowers too. Could you imagine they have Bowers? But they get Latu and Adonai Mitchell, and I that might be better than Fuanga and Kool-Aid. So love that. 80 Mitchell to the Colts. Went a little overboard there, but Washington's got 53 too. I didn't think about that. I forgot that they have 53 as well. Oh, ho, 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 ho. Okay. There you go. Commanders at 53 are selecting a tight end. It's Ben Sinnott from Kansas State. So I don't have a graphic for him, but I would love to talk about him. I think with Sinnott, there's so much in terms of deployment that gets you excited about him as a player. He doesn't have a ton of production, of course, but I think when you look at him in the backfield and a lot of full house concepts, he can play like wing tight end, he can play H-back, he can play fullback. He needs to work on block sustainment, and I think that's been improving steadily year by year. You saw the improvements in 2023. We need to keep that improvement going as a blocker, but he put on more weight, right? He got himself up to, I think, 253-ish. He was still running fluid routes in Mobile, right? He can run fluid routes. He can find space against zone coverage. He's tough, and he's got some good linear speed after the catch as well. I do like this. I think you can move him around in this offense. I'm intrigued to see what the deployment looks like in Washington with Kingsbury, but I'm willing to see how that goes. He was not my tight end 2, I believe. No, he was not he's my tight end 5. But I'm a big fan because of the versatile deployment with him. So I'm interested to see how that works out for the Commanders. That would put the Browns on the clock, and I think if I were a betting man on the Browns, I think I'd go. I think it's Troy Franklin for them, or it's Michael Hall. That's my guess. It's one of those two for the Browns. Excited to see what the Browns do because they are obviously the one team who hasn't picked yet so far in the draft. Oh yeah, sorry, Airsjoy, you asked that too, didn't you? What did the pack give for trading back? I believe it was 168 and 190. So let's keep that. I'm going to keep that in the back pocket so we have that, just so we have that trade down handy for the rest of the draft in case they move down again. And we need to just look at, okay, they've acquired this many picks. So this was the trade. They traded 41 for 45, 168, and 190. Yeah, I'm on board with this as well. I think it's a mistake. I just got to tweet this video out for Colts fans, so that they know I'm with them here. It's funny. I did videos for both Colts picks so far. That's kind of wild to think about. But yeah, there you go, Colts fans. Me and Derek Bell are going down with the ship with Adonai. But yeah, so. Yeah, I think I think it's good value for the trade back. Here we go. Here you go, guys. Edgerrin Cooper is one of us. On a conference call with a reporter, said, "I'm sorry, I'm on 1%. I might have to grab a charger real quick. Give me 30 seconds, please." Love that. Phone battery stuff, It's tough. It's tough stuff. Rock Bass, what's going on? Says, I'm betting they pick up a safety at 58. My top safety would be Javon Bullard. I think he'd be excellent there. Gives you the ability to be more versatile in your alignment and your looks. I think Bullard can handle himself okay on the back end relative to others in this draft. I'm worried it's going to be Jaden Hicks. I feel like that's just the athletic young player. That's the type of player they like. Concerns me a little. But I feel like that might be the player they pick. Hoping Brent stays healthy, athleticism, agility, run, defense. Yeah, he's physical. He's tough. I like him. Excited to see the Colts. That division is going to be wild. Everybody's all in. It's awesome. See, but with Bullard, it's click and close too, right? It's not even he hits hard and he's a good tackler. He's always where he needs to be assignment wise. But yeah, he can do a lot of things. I'm fine with Cole Bishop. I'm fine with it. I don't love it, but I get it. I think that's more of the foil I'd rather have than Jaden Hicks. I don't have Bishop that much higher, I guess. I mean, I have a couple rounds higher, a couple tiers higher. I would pick Bullard. I'd pick Oladapo over both, actually, over Bishop and Hicks. Bullard got to be the pick, if not Dorless. I still would hold out that it might be Michael Hall if that's not who the Browns have picked here. So, well, never mind. I said it. Why do I say things, man? The Browns took Michael Hall Jr., so there goes that dream. So this just in. The Browns took Michael Hall. Michael Hall will not be available at pick 58. So yeah, darn it. I knew it. It was very much like the he was very much their type, really young player with a lot of pass rush upside. The runway to ascend is big for him, so that's not shocking. Troy Franklin would have been the other one that I mentioned, right, for them. That would have made a lot of sense. Let's talk about Michael Hall, shall we? See, I got a lot of graphics. I don't have all of them, but I got a lot of them for round 2 and round 3. It'll be a good time. Yeah, I mean 6'2" and 6'8", not 5'10" and a half. Sick typo here. Look at the first number. Pay attention to this number, the 4-digit. Don't look at this. Don't look at the parentheses. Just going at a fast pace the last couple of days. 299, 957 RAS. I wonder if that's in the video too. That might be in the video. That's tough. That's even tougher. 29 pressures and 2 sacks, 15 run stops. So again, the production with him and Jenkins, it's not at the level you'd like to see, right? It's not on Murphy's and Newton's level, right? That's not why they're up there. But he's got quick twitch, right? He's got the high ceiling as a 3-tech disruptor. He throws out the jab step. He knows how to set up some linemen with, the jab step. Linemen are going to sit down and kind of work to anchor, and then he's going to, either blow by them, surprise them with the bull rush late, get to that club arm over, right? Length gives him a chance to sit and leverage against the run, but he can get washed out and sometimes definitely get stuck as a pass rusher. And that's where, you see the lack of production there. But yeah, I think Hall's a really solid player there with a lot of ascension possibilities. Kneeland's still available. Wouldn't be too shocking. That's very Green Bay. It's very Green Bay if they went that direction. Emery Hunt, draft guru, calls Cole the best safety. I think Greg Cosell from NFL Films was also on Cole Bishop as the best safety. I see it. I think there are a lot of safeties that could end up the best safety. Personally, I think it's more of a fight for safety too. I think Nubin's just that much better. I like Bullard more than pretty much everyone else other than Nubin. After those two for me, that's where there's little to no separation, and I can see any kind of result that there is. But yeah, I think, it's I'm not going to be mad with any safety but Jaden Hicks, I think, at 58. So, but if they don't take D-line, they're still very good. Brooks, yeah, a lot of people are ready for Brooks to jump onto the scene in year 2, which I think is very, very possible. Guy's a 2-hand swipe machine, and I love it. Mike Hebring, what's going on? Says, let's go Trey Benson at 58. Yeah, I think that's fine. I think he's got work to do in terms of processing skill set against zone blocking, or not against. His processing skill set in zone blocking runs, he just doesn't seem like he has it all together on where he needs to be picking his gaps, where blocking is going to develop, and where to attack. That's the only other thing. So that's the only thing with Benson. What do I think of Mustafa? I think Mustafa to me is he is one of, actually, Joseph, one of the safeties where when you watch him a little bit, when he's more of in that intermediate area of the field, or he's locked onto a tight end or somebody in the slot, where he doesn't get knocked around and pushed around in catch technique. So catch technique, right? You're off coverage. You're letting the skill position player come to you. You're contacting them basically at the top of the stem in the route break. He feels like one of the only guys to me where I go, okay, yeah, he is comfortable with the catch technique, right? He's staying balanced. He's initiating some contact there. But I think he runs the alley well with a ton of speed, right? Great tackler, great striker, right? And can get in some passing windows. I'm fine with Mustafa. I think he's the foil to Xavier McKinney. I think he'd be a really nice, strong safety in that regard. So, yeah, I'm good with Mustafa. Paid big bucks for running back already. It's true, but they could. I mean, it's in theory a 1-year deal for Jacobs. It could be Benson. Wouldn't be shocking either. Thoughts on perhaps drafting Bullock for nickel. He is smooth, but he just doesn't tackle enough for me to be thrilled about Bullock playing nickel. My nickel players need to be physical, need to tackle. Smooth guys are nice, but like there's a reason I have like DeJean as nickel. I loved Sainristil. Like I think, it'd be an interesting concept. I just feel like you got to take advantage of Bullock's range on the back end, which is pretty much second to none back there. So lots of edge rushers are still available. Yeah, Braswell, Kneeland, those would be the most Green Bay types, I think. Yeah, Isaac's probably not for them, even though I'd love it. Brillan Trice, obviously still available. Jonah Ellis, Javon Solomon. Those are some of my top guys still remaining. But yeah, Kingsley Suamataia, yeah, he's still there. Bullard. Chris Jenkins got picked, I believe. Colson is still there. So is Wilson. Could double up at linebacker, I guess. Is he similar to Bullard? You're talking about Mustafa, I assume? Mustafa is a little similar. I think Bullard gives you more positional flexibility than Mustafa does. I think Bullard has a chance to play in the back end. He can play some slot. But Bullard, I think, is just got a little more athleticism, right, in terms of short area quicks, change of direction than Mustafa does. But Mustafa can run the alley, right? He linear speed-wise, physicality. I think physicality is where Mustafa might have the edge over Bullard, but Bullard's just a great player. Would love him. And I know, okay, so Mike Hebring says, I'm not yet sold on Jacobs like Benson as insurance. I think that's fair. Yep. Rock Bass says, I don't think Halfley's going to put up poor tackling. Yeah, I don't think so. I think Kinchens would have to really clean it up. Bullock would have to really clean it up. That's why I think, you're looking at a Mustafa, you're looking at Oladapo, Bishop, and Bullard as safeties that I think I would go after. Maybe Bo Braid as well from Maryland. I think Taylor Demerson's too much of a deep guy where I feel like he's not interchangeable, and I don't want McKinney only playing box for 17 per. That's my only reservation with Demerson. Let's talk about – we caught up in a hurry, and the draft is slowing down a little bit. The Dolphins have selected Patrick Paul, offensive tackle from Houston. Not my favorite. I think he needs to use his length better as a pass protector. That's really the biggest thing for me with Patrick Paul. I think he's solid enough in pass protection where when he plays with length, he can control a lot of reps because he's got a good enough quick set, but he's got a lot of size. I think 6'7", 333. I could probably bring that up. Why don't we do that? Sitting here just guessing what the size is when I can just type RAS into Twitter. You goofball. Talking to myself, that is. Yeah, 6'7.5", 331, so pretty close. But yeah, the athleticism's off the charts, at least for the testing. But I just think if they can get him to use the length better, that might be it could be a really big help for them. I don't know. That seems like it's just more tackle insurance unless they're kicking him to the right side, which I'll be interested to see because I think he's got a lot of snaps at left tackle only. A lot of snaps. Let's find him. Let's go find him. 2,967 snaps at left tackle. So if he flips to the right side in Miami, that'll be interesting to monitor. Yeah, that'll be something to look for. Okay, Joseph says doesn't hate Peyton Wilson at 58. Yeah, I'm not mad at it. mad at it. I prefer Colson, but I understand it. On the one hand, that's a ton of capital from your linebacker with the hit rate being low. Upside with those specific guys could be sick. I agree. Yep. I like Bullard still because he can at least deliver hits at his size. It's true. Take bad angles, needs better technique. Yeah, he can definitely he can definitely hit. I just want more tackling consistency. And I know being an enforcer is a good thing to have, and if you want him near the box, sure, but like gotta take advantage of that range and playmaking ability, in my opinion. Just put like 4 or 5 pounds on. Yeah. Rosengarten, yes. Yes. Just send it and pick Rosengarten. That would be great. That would be great. I need to find Jordan Schultz because he has been on it with the tipping. I need to find him. I need to open up my own tab for him. Oh. Fellas, I've got bad news. The Cowboys just took Marshawn Kneeland. So that stinks. That stinks. You know, it is what it is. It didn't work. There we go. Darn it. There was a really nice run of players where on the tracker where I'm like, okay, if this guy's available, this is great pick. Like it started with Nubin pretty quickly. Yeah. That's unfortunate. Good, you don't want Kneeland personally. That's fair. Just get Bullard. I agree. I think Bullard's so let's see. I know so yeah, it started at 47 with Nubin, right, where I was like, that would have been nice. I think a lot of people agreed that was a good pick there. Chris Jenkins would have been excellent, I think, helping out our young linebackers. Obviously, Adonai was valuable at that point, not necessarily a need. And then Michael Hall, that one hurt. That one hurt a little. I'm not going to lie, that hurt. Tampa Bay on the clock. Let's talk about Kneeland really quick here. Hope you guys are enjoying the stream. If you can, just hit that like button. That helps a lot, right? Send it out there to the folks. Maybe we'll do a post show tonight where we just talk about Packers picks a little bit. I think that would be fun. So if you guys want to do that, make sure you're hitting that like button and sharing the stream. So we'll might do that if you guys are interested. But obviously, we're going to be chugging through these selections for the next couple hours. We're almost done with round 2. It's close to 2 hours. So we'll see how that goes. But Marshawn Kneeland, 6'3", 267, 34.5-inch arm length, 902 RAS. Pretty good pressure numbers the last couple seasons, right? Especially for a guy who was kicked inside quite a bit. The alignment was quite letting him use the runway all the time. 37-6 in 23 is pretty good. 35 run stops is excellent. For him, he's the prototypical defensive end type in the draft, right at 6'3", 267. He's got the explosion to power. He gets that bull rush really well. He's got the closing speed and burst in pursuit. He can sit, leverage, and anchor against the run. He's a high motor player. We talked about him being alignment versatile. I'd still want him playing, more 5-tech defensive end. Does he have the flexibility and change of direction skills to expand the repertoire? Because it's nice to be able to use your hands to soften the edge, right, to give yourself a better path. But if he doesn't have the requisite agility to handle that, you're looking at an elephant rusher, which Green Bay, they love elephant rushers. Will Dallas like an elephant rusher? That's going to be interesting there. So I'm interested to see how that goes in Dallas for sure. Yeah. Let's see. Someone asked about the board. My Packer value board, I mean, just based on like for Green Bay in general, players that I would like to see be a pick. I mean, I think Jordan Morgan's playing right guard to me after watching him for about 4 hours. So I feel like Christian Haynes is probably not getting picked here for Green Bay. I mean, Rakestraw, I would love that. I'd be good with Rakestraw, Bullard. Even Colson, I guess, if you want to do the double dip thing. Braswell would make sense here. I don't know. That seems to be about it, which means, oh, well, O-line, I think Rosengarten, Blake Fisher, Dominic Puni. Those would be guys I'd be taking as well in this scenario. See, Tampa Bay's pick is in and Green Bay's pick is in, from what I can see. Jordan Schultz, you got the picks for me? Guys, let's go! Fellas, we are cooking on day 2. Come on. Guys, it's here. He's here and he's perfect. Let's go. It's Bullard. Yes. That's what I'm talking about. Let's go. Let's freaking go. Yes. That's what I'm talking about, man. All right. Love that. Are we going to skip over the Bucks pick? We might. That's big, guys. That's big. That's big. Oh, thank goodness, man. That's what I'm talking about. I got to go into the fellas stream and let them know. I got to let them know. Let's go. We got one, fellas. Love that. So, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I'm thrilled. I know Jacob is in Clayton's stream with Packers Total Access. I know he's like, I am. Oh, yeah. This is a big thing here too. Let's go, man. What a nice day too this is being. We should have just. I think it is public right now. I made it public. Almost positive it is. Is it not? Is it not? I'll check my settings. One second, folks. We'll break down Bullard. My sister's asking if the... Yeah, I see it as public right now. I see it as public. Let me know if that's still not working. Okay. So, let me quickly get back here. I think it's pretty obvious DT wasn't going to go early when they let Newton slide. That's fair. Got to check out. Thanks, Dana, for stopping by. Get to thoughts on Will Shipley because I think he is a really nice foil to both Jacobs and Dylan. Really good receiving back. A lot of quick twitch. Right, can make a lot of people miss. Is he the best in terms of vision between the tackles? Probably not, but like satellite back, like that a lot. Okay. Lloyd and Brillan early third. Newton should have been top 25. Bullard. Oh, Austin Booker would have been interesting, but heck yeah, man. Let's have some fun. Has BB been picked? No, he is not. Bullard is nice. We got one. We got two. Yeah, with Cooper. This is the thing you want to talk about for sure, right? Mark, how's it going? Good to see you. Really good to see you on this lovely draft Friday. But yeah, this is the big deal, right? Versatility, right? This is, Edgerrin Cooper maybe playing Sam and Will linebacker, right? Letting him blitz, letting him cover. Versatile player in that regard. Javon Bullard has played nickel, has played safety. Let's bring him up because I'm losing my mind because this is a great day too, and we had graphics for both of these cats, and I'm here for it, man. Absolutely here for this one. This is what I'm talking about. So he's 5'10 and a half, 198. So he's not the biggest, but he's big enough, right? There are some safeties and some corners out there in this class that are sub 190. And I think Goody wasn't going to go anywhere near that, right? So in his career, you see it at the top, right? 408 snaps at free safety, 726 in the slot. So maybe he's the slot option. Maybe he's a safety option. Maybe he's both, right? Like he has done a lot really, really well at Georgia. Like this could be the Georgia defender that really takes the defense to the next level, right? I think obviously waiting on Stokes. He's dealt with injury. Quay has been off and on. Wyatt has as well, right? He's a good pass rusher, but hasn't been the great run defender. I think this guy and Javon Bullard does so much for this defense, does so much for a secondary as in general. He's alignment versatile. He's a do-your-job DB. I can't imagine someone like Bill Belichick would not like Javon Bullard on his defense because he tackles. He's got the click close, right? Route recognition, driving on in-route concepts, disrupt the middle of the field, like do a lot of different things at once, wear a lot of hats. Bullard's going to wear a lot of hats in this defense. I'm thrilled. They get, in my opinion, safety. It doesn't really matter about my opinion, but in my opinion, safety 2 in the class behind Nubin. I like this. I like this a lot. We're going to the Super Bowl done. Love Bullard. Georgia defense. Heck yes. Thanks, Mark, for saying hit that like button. If he gets a receiver with versatility, any off chance he goes for Baker. I would love him to get Baker. That'd be insane. TV's talking about Tampa Bay pick. Yeah, we passed Tampa Bay. We'll get back to Tampa Bay in a second. Mitch says he likes Bullard more than Branch. I think Bullard has. Well, I think why you'd like Bullard more than Branch is Bullard has more experience at safety, right? I think Branch has done so much at slot corner that it felt like maybe he was locked in there. Whereas Bullard's playing safety more and has done it. And so I think that's fair to especially, I think, like the versatility that he provides a little bit more of and just, how you can move him around with McKinney in the defense. Man, I love this one. I might like this one more than Cooper, which is saying something. I think I had Cooper high on the vertical board. But I love this. Got some fierce players on back. Yeah, there's Joy. It's funny you were talking about how good the back seven could be after Cooper gets picked, and now Bullard's being added to the mix, which I think is very sick. So Belichick did love Morgan. He's gonna love it even more. I think so. I think he's gonna like. He might not like the rangy linebacker. I feel like Bill's probably gonna be more of a Colson guy than a Cooper guy, which is totally fair. But I like it. Let's talk about this guy really quick because I know he was picked and we should probably say something about him. Where are you, buddy? Here you are. Okay. So the Bucks did take Chris Braswell, edge from Alabama. So, I think that with Braswell, right, he's 6'3" and 3/8, 251 and 8.73 RAS. Pretty productive 2023, 56 pressures, 13 sacks. He's got really 2 go-to moves as a pass rusher. He's got the cross chop and converting speed to power. I think you can expand on that a lot. I don't think he's the most tremendous athlete, even though he's got an 8.73 RAS, especially on the edge. But I think it's sufficient enough to be a high-quality edge 2 on your defense. And Tampa Bay went Barton in the first, and then they went Braswell. Yeah, I mean, I think this is solid. I think it's solid for Tampa Bay across the board. He's got the strength. He can leverage. He can anchor against the run. But I do think he is a little more of a hybrid player, right? He's not a true defensive end. He's a little bigger for outside linebacker as well. But I do think he's pretty heavy-handed as an edge rusher, and I think it's an interesting move for Tampa Bay. Not my best player available at edge, but darn you, Houston. That's a good pick. I like this one for Houston more than Kamari Lassiter, actually. So the Texans are selecting Blake Fisher, offensive tackle from Notre Dame. With that, yeah, and we know Buffalo's pick is also on. So, where are we? Oh yeah, I don't think I did. I didn't do Bishop's graphic. Darn it. Well, we'll get to him in a moment. Okay. So Fisher for Houston, right? 6'5 3/4, 310. Like this was very much for those, of course, that are heavily involved here. He was very much a Packers type, right? This is the 6'5", 310, like very much so. Him and Rosengarten were the ones in kind of this tier. But the power is very evident with Fisher, right? He's displacing guys in the run game. He's pancaking defenders. He's got the anchor and pass pro, right? When he needs to sit down against bull rushes, he's going to be able to do that. He's explosive out of his stance in both phases. He can be a zone blocker for sure, but he can mirror as well. I love the idea of Houston just saying, yeah, let's get some offensive line help for Stroud, make sure that we have enough depth across the board. I think this is a good start with Fisher. I do. I think the strike timing needs to get better for him, but like functionally, I think this is adding, at the very least, right, for outcomes, quality depth. But I think it'd be the long-term right tackle for them. All right, the Bills select Cole Bishop, safety from Utah. So Cole Bishop, I think he operates really well around the box. I think his recognition skill set in terms of middle of field, right, is really strong. I think he understands a lot of that stuff. You look at like Hank, look at spacing, right, concepts, mesh concepts. I think he does a really nice job there, especially when you have that rail route and mesh where it's guys just sprinting diagonally to the middle of the field, kind of just sitting in between all the chaos. And quarterbacks love to look to that route, and that's designed for that. Bishop loves to poach those. He's disruptive at the catch point too. He's a solid tackler. Like Bishop's kind of be interesting how he fares, because I think Buffalo's going to be more split field safety, but he'll be all right in split field. And I think, young athletic player for Buffalo, which I think is, that's what the secondary needed, that for sure. Okay, do you think they move up or stay and pick? I think they can move up from 88 or 91. I think they have enough picks on day 3 now where it should be at least a conversation. They have 168 and 169 and 190 and like 202. That's a lot in that little span. Move up from one of the 88, 91 picks and maybe get after it here in the 3rd round. I'm good with that. I am good with that. Grab another interior O-line and running back. Keep these defensive picks rolling. Let's be a little mean on defense. Yeah, I think defense. Yeah, I mean, I think. I'm trying to think what else defensively that they could look at that I'd be, pretty pleased with. I'm trying to think of just players off the top of my head, but I'm gonna look. Leonard Taylor would be interesting as a 3-tech pass rusher. If you want more of a run defending type, might have to look a little further down the board. They may wait till Christian Boyd. There's still some edge rushers out there, right? Isaac and Trice really aren't their types. Neither is Ellis, so I'm not sure what they're going to look at there. Brendan Jackson from Washington State could be the edge they take on day 3. There's still some defensive tackles out there, but I just don't know if they're going to want to take Brandon Dorless. They could take Mekhi Wingo. They had a visit with him, but he's a little undersized. I mean, there's nothing wrong with taking another linebacker. Rakestraw is still available, which is kind of surprising to me. There's a decent amount of corners still there. Renardo Green, which I know Joseph just mentioned him. Yeah, he plays physical. He's a little over aggressive, which is putting it nicely, I think. But I do think that when you look at how he played against top competition, Renardo Green's solid. I'm just trying to look at my board. I know I'm leaning kind of funny. I mean, for offensive line, if you want versatile, Dominic Puni and Brandon Coleman from Kansas and TCU are right there. He's not as versatile, but Rosengarten would be awesome. Oh, the Lions really did that. Oh, are you serious, Lions? Man, that's annoying. That is super annoying. Renardo reminds you of Jair. Yeah, a little bit. I think Jair was a little bit better with mirror, and I think he transitioned a little bit better at the top of breaks, but he plays competitive like him, that's for sure. That is a for sure. My guy Baker's still out there. So I think the Lions have taken 2 really talented corners. I'm kind of surprised Rakestraw took a while for him to if the Ravens take Baker. Peter Stone, what's going on, man? How you doing? How are you? Hope all is well. Hope you're getting to enjoy the draft a little bit on this lovely Friday evening. It's a great time. Day 2. We're almost done with round 2. I guess 2 hours, 10 minutes. I guess we might be here 5 hours. So, what am I missing here? I'm sure everybody was thrilled. There'll be some folks that are not thrilled with this pick. But yeah, Rakestraw to the Lions. I think the one thing you worry about with Rakestraw is the lean frame, right? I think he's like 5'11", and here. Once again, why am I asking when I can just do this? Okay, so Rakestraw is 5'11" and 3/8, 183. So yeah, not the biggest frame. He does look lanky on film, but I will say, when you flip your hips to transition on like more 45-degree routes that he's, in coverage with, it's very fluid. He's really efficient at the top of like transitioning back downhill. So he's good in coverage there, and he plays really physical ball. So I do like him. I think that playing him outside is interesting. I mean, I still graded him as an outside corner because I thought he did a nice job out there, but they're going to have to play him outside unless they're taking him to be a backup nickel for Branch, which I don't think they're doing. Not in the second. God, Rakestraw and Arnold are very much Brad Holmes picks, and also Dan Campbell favorites at corner, because they both compete their butts off out there, which, yeah, I mean, I think that's what they like. So, all right, I didn't mean to miss these. Rockbass says keep Bullard more as the range safety and nickel, and keep last year's starter on the bench. Yeah, I'm sure Bullard's going to start. You're not picking him there to not have him start. If we go defense again, I want either Phillips start over or replace Nixon. I'm good with that. Yep. Or a speed rusher type. Don't know who the options in the third for this. I mean, the speed rushers, Adisa Isaac, before he gets picked in the next 5 picks that I mentioned him now. Javon Solomon, Jalix Hunt. Those are probably the 3. That would make a lot of sense. Let's see here. Waiting on Baltimore. Jordan Schultz has to have Baltimore's already. Yeah, that tracks. Darn you, Baltimore. How do they always do this? How do they always do this? What a smart move. Absolutely savvy move by Baltimore. They're taking Rosengarten here. I like that a lot for them. Here we go. Rosengarten just having to change the shade of purple on his uniform a little bit for Baltimore. Comes in 6'5" and 3/8, 308. May need to add a little bit of weight in there for the NFL level. 961 RAS, all snaps. I think all snaps, and 1,937 of them at right tackle. I think that's all of them. Might not be, but no sacks allowed ever in his career at Washington. Now, he did allow he did allow a decent amount of pressures season by season, but sacks are obviously, it's nice to have that on the graphic. Doesn't mean a tremendous amount, but he's a really good athlete at the position, right? Footwork and sets, mirror skills, and he's a pretty good hand striker too. He's not quite the player that Fa'utanu is on the other side, but I really do think like he does a nice job varying up the strikes, keep people off balance, and he's just going to be rock solid over there for Baltimore. The functional strength in the lower half is going to help him against the bull rush, which I think is his main weakness right now in pass pro. He's a good enough mover in the run game. I think this is a really, this might end up being one of my favorite picks in the entire draft, honestly. I think Rosengarten is really solid. Watching on Pluto TV, Mitch says he's not high on Rakestraw. That's fair. I think the slight frame is something to talk about there. Free streaming app. Nice. Very nice. Are you doing ESPN broadcast, Peter, or are you Team NFL Network broadcasts? I want to know. Mitch says DJ James will be the steal of the draft at corner. I mean, every time I watched an SEC receiver, I wanted to know how they played against Auburn because DJ James does a really good job. I think he is, to me, very similar to Rakestraw. I think I have James just a little lower than Rakestraw. Yeah, just a couple spots low. Oh, wait. I think I have him in the wrong tier. I'll have to recheck that, but I'm pretty sure my board might have two typos. I had Coleman ahead of Morgan at guard, and then I didn't keep the positions on there. I'm so dumb. I'll change that. NFL Draft Center. Oh, okay. Interesting. Yeah, DJ James only a couple spots lower than Rakestraw for me. Oh wow. Okay, so they were talking about this for the Chiefs in the first round, and instead they wait till the second round, move up one spot with the Niners, and select Kingsley Suamataia, the tackle from BYU. Okay, couple questions here. SCM40 says, is Boyd worth a third? I think I have him as a third. Maybe I don't. I have him a little bit lower than that. Athletically, I have a few questions, but I wouldn't bat an eye if he's picked in the third. I think at some point in the third round, there's some drop off for sure. So I wouldn't be mad at Boyd in the third. I think athletically there are some limitations, but yeah. Joseph says, if Haynes is still there at 38, do the Packers forget that he's not their type? Please. Please forget. Be forgetful. And I'm in. I'm in. Be forgetful at that point. So, yeah, I'm down for that. Even though it feels like they're drafting two right guards, I think the thing with Haynes that's really intriguing to me is I think he can play center. I think he can play center at a high level. So that might be the draw as well. NFL Draft Center, Bucky Brooks and Zerline, nice. Thoughts on Mason McCormick at guard? Yeah, powerful player, good puller, finisher in space. There is a lot to like with him. I think he's worth it at one of 88 or 91. So yeah, I'm fine with that. There's a lot of guys that I'd be looking at here. Obviously, we lost Rosengarten, Fisher, and Kingsley just now. But like the interior guys who have played some tackle, Puni, Brandon Coleman, are two guys I'd really like in the third. I'm fine with Beebe. I'm fine with Zinter, McCormick, Mahogany. Those guys are okay there. Kiran Amegadjie, heck yeah. So offensive line, I still think has plenty of names. I mean, Limmer and Van Pran, if they want to go center only, which they could, that's fine too. I think there are going to be a lot of options. Okay, so the Chiefs did this. So let's talk about this because we have graphic for that. Where is it? Here we go. Okay, so Kingsley Suamataia is 6'4" and 5'8", 326, a 9.38 RAS, 655 snaps at left tackle, and 687 at right tackle in his career. He definitely played a lot better on the right side than the left. I think in the left side, he looked out of control. The movements weren't. You want controlled athleticism and controlled impressive movement skills at tackle. It didn't look controlled at all. It looked like a mess. He was overrunning stuff in the run game. Right, he's oversetting. It doesn't look like he's as comfortable in mirror skills. Now, for the Chiefs, maybe that means Jawan Taylor left side of the line at left tackle, and then you have Kingsley Suamataia play right tackle. You know, I think that might be the path they take. He's got the blend of athleticism and power, especially on the right side where he thrived. He can flash that initial strike, right, and get himself into good position for the true contact phase of the rep. He's got fast, active hands to reset. If he refines that athleticism, as I mentioned down here, into more controlled movements, I think that we're dealing with a really high upside player. He's young. There's a lot of room for growth and development here. This could be a long-term, steal for Kansas City. There was talk about this in round 1, right? And they get it here at 63. Trading up one spot with the Niners. So there you go. We were only 2 picks from my early prediction of Rosengarten to the Niners for offensive line. But I'm in on Puni, Rock Bass for sure. Limmer, not sure where he would go. Yeah, I'm not sure where what's going to happen at center after this. But Limmer did play guard too. That's true. Good point there. Oh my God, you get taken maybe by the Niners. Did they? We've moved to round 3 on NFL Network's tracker, and I need to get it to round 2. Did they take Kiran? No. Oh dear. Okay. So wait, the Niners have gone Pearsall and they've gone Renardo Green. Nice. Yeah, I mean, okay, so round 3 has begun, folks. Let's wrap up round 2 with a little talk about Renardo Green to the Niners. Renardo Green. Now would be a great time if we can, but the picks are so darn fast to go between, okay, these teams have met with these guys and all that. Oh, where are you? Do I not have it? I don't see it. Oh, there we go. Okay. I don't know why it took me that long to find the name. Okay. So, here we are. Renardo Green for the... Gosh darn it. These banners. There we go. So, Renardo Green, 5'11" and 7/8, 186. Again, him, DJ James, Ennis Rakestraw. This is the second and third tier of corners. You see them a little bit undersized for their perimeter. However, Renardo Green has 1,281 snaps outside, 210 in the slot, 13 pass breakups and an interception in 2023. Reminds me a lot of what Kool-Aid did in 2022. Physical line of scrimmage, in the stem, at the catch point, the requisite speed, the closing burst. We talked about him being quick in transition. He's overly aggressive at times. That can lead to penalties. That can lead to, getting caught with some double moves. There's a lot that can cause. You have to kind of rein it in a little bit. Angles against the run, too, when he comes downhill. And some size questions. But that will be interesting in San Francisco for sure. He'll play tough out there. There's no doubt about that. Packers have 10 picks left. The rest of the North has 11. That's wild. The Bears will finally be picking again in this round. They have 75. Draft Tracker Extraordinaire NFL Network. Please let me click on round 3. Goodness sakes. Come on, I clicked on it. Goodness sakes. Okay, there we go. So the Jets traded up with Carolina, huh? Well, Jordan Schultz has to have this pick. Oh. Rockbass, I appreciate that. That's the goal here. That's the goal. I try to do a lot of graphics every year so we can get a lot of info. Kind of like the stuff they put up on NFL Network, right? Usually when they kind of, at least when Mayock used to do it, I don't know if DJ and company still do that a little bit more. But that's the goal. That's always the goal with this stream, right? First and second days of the draft. This is what I prepare 360 some days for, is to have as much info as possible with this. We add more graphics every year. Some year in the future, we're going to have every single one, and it's going to be incredible. We're developing, we're like a 20-year-old pass rusher, right? It's like we got to figure it out. Every year we'll get better. It's kind of like Jalen Hurts. He got better every year from Alabama to Oklahoma. So, yeah, this is something, all right. Thoughts on Chris Abrams-Drain? Yeah, I think Abrams-Drain's another one who, like Rakestraw, a little undersized, but I think he plays really well on the perimeter. I graded him as a nickel because I think he's in the 170s. I just don't think that's going to fly outside. But he plays physical enough, and he's got enough speed, and he's got enough click-close transition ability where I feel like, he can handle himself in the slot much more than he's going to be able to handle himself outside. So if Green Bay is interested in a slot player, but I feel like they might be a little small for Green Bay. But I think that's where I'd play him. 80 to the Jets. I see Corley. Malachi Corley for the Jets, which I think is a really nice one. It's going to be fun at the very least, right? For Corley, where, you look at him and I think I think the initial thought process is this is Debo. I'm not sure I buy that. I'll be honest. I'm not sure I buy it. I think it's fair to have the question with Malachi Corley being this, right? Okay, so your deployment was a lot of out routes, a lot of scheme touches, right? You didn't run a lot of routes, but that doesn't mean you can't run a lot of routes, right? Like that's part of this whole evaluation versus projection question that we continue to ask ourselves every year, and that's what makes this difficult, right? That's what makes it such lottery ticket stuff that we do once a year and drive ourselves nuts about, right? With stuff we can't control, but Corley to me still feels like more of a gadget touch guy right now while he develops the route tree. I think he can use his speed well. This is fair. But see, like Mitch with Sky Moore actually like good with the release package, good with the route tree, got open at a high level. I know Matt Harmon, who does reception perception and does success rate, for wide receivers on certain routes against man, zone, and press coverages. He does all of that work. Sky Moore was really good on there. And so I feel like Corley doesn't have that kind of success rate or the route tree, but I do think to be successful, it's going to be a lot of scheme touches early. It's going to be a lot of, I would put him in the backfield even. With the Jets, I'm not sure I would because you have Brees, who's a stud. But I don't know, man. I see more Laviska here than even Curtis Samuel, which isn't bad, but I feel like Curtis Samuel is still underrated. So Corley to me looks more like Laviska, but the problem is Corley when he's rolling downfield, he doesn't track the football well either. Maybe not poor, but just a man. Yeah, I just think it's going to be a lot of scheme touches for him. I think he's going to have to do a lot of the things that Cordero Patterson does. A lot of the things that Laviska Shenault has to do. I think that's more of the comp than Debo. Debo's still a good route runner, man. Like Debo's so impressive. Now, Corley switching to running back, I can be on board with this a lot more. I think if that's the vision, sure, I'm on board with that. But Cam Hart still out there, tall physical cornerback possibility. Yeah, that's true. I think he's got a little more versatility in terms of coverage deployment. Hart does than someone like Kyrie Jackson, who we might talk about as well in the third round at some point. But Mitch, I do like the Sky Moore shout in the idea of like this is a small school receiver that a lot of people are excited about that might just not have it. It is a risky pick. I agree. I think the fact that they didn't take Javon Baker is nuts. So personally, I don't know why Baker's still here. We're gonna have a Wicks Puka situation on our hands. Oh, Brian, my buddy Brian, always having some good time posting. Okay. So, darn it, the Commanders are doing good things. Oh, Arizona did that? Wow. I'd much rather have Cornelius Johnson than Corley. I don't think I ranked Cornelius Johnson higher than Corley, but like Cornelius Johnson can at least play in the boundary for the Jets. They needed to take Javon Baker. I'm sick to my stomach that my boy Javon Baker's still out here. This is ridiculous. Oh my gosh, Troy Franklin hasn't been picked yet either, has he? Holy cow. Corley went before Troy Franklin and Javon Baker. And McMillan and Roman Wilson. I'm not even that high on Roman Wilson, but like, come on, man. What are we doing here? Rock Bass says, who in our receiving core makes the biggest jump? Makes the biggest jump. I mean, if Watson stays healthy, that's going to be a big jump, I assume. But if, I think Tay Wicks is wide receiver 1 on the team, personally. I'm not sure that I think he's hit his launching point a little bit towards the end of the season, middle of the season even, and I just feel like we might not even know where he lands because of just I think he could just take over. Wicks could really just take over. I think Kraft's going to be a heck of a lot of fun this year. I really do. I am geeked out of my mind to see how Kraft does. But I would go Tay Wicks for sure. I think Reed's going to do a lot for the offense, but I think not to have fantasy brain for a second, but like touchdowns for Reed came at such a crazy clip last year that I'm sure we'll probably do for a drop there. If Watson's healthy, look out, man. Like I didn't love I'll be honest. I'll truly be honest. I didn't love the pick at the time. I thought there were a couple better receivers out there, but like if he takes a massive jump, man, it might be over. Like it makes Dobbs the 4 in my opinion if Watson jumps, because I think he's instantly one of the boundary players. Obviously, Wicks is my other boundary player, and I'm putting Reed in the slot. And Dobbs is quality depth. You're looking at, Malik Heath, who could be, I think fine competition there. Obviously, Bo Melton matters in terms of the speed, in terms of how he can take on a lot of the crossers, right? I think that matters. But man, it could be fireworks. So Trey Benson goes to the Cardinals. Really like this. Because I think what the Cardinals are going to do for him is they're going to get him on the track he needs to be on. And sometimes NFL teams don't do that with prospects, right? They get them on the wrong type of track. So with Benson, gosh darn these stinking banners, man. Okay. So with Benson to the Cardinals, what it gives the Cardinals is in Petzing's offense, there's so much gap run where they're loading up with tight ends, but they can flex the tight ends out, right, if they want to. They're giving James Conner a lot of looks, give him some looks in zone, but I do think there'll be a lot of gap runs available for Trey Benson in this offense. And an offense in Arizona that threatens you with the idea of the run game, right? Threatens you with the idea of multiple tight ends on the field, can run it effectively with James Conner. Maybe Michael Carter will still stick around, and then Trey Benson on top of it, who had 79 missed tackles forced in 2022. Okay, he's got a 53.9 breakaway run percentage. That is absurd, especially for a guy at 216, right? He runs the 4.39. He's well built. He's got enough power. And, you know, when you have that type of big playability, that burst to house a lot of things when you can turn the corner, that is impressive. He's a home run threat everywhere. He's got the contact balance, you know, directly or indirect contact. He's got enough quicks to force missed tackles, too. He can put his foot in the ground and plant and go. He's got to process better against zone. Not against. God, I should keep saying that. Once he improves his vision and his processing skill set with zone blocking, especially in and outside zones, like he's going to be so good, because that's really what's holding him back. And I think he's just, I don't know if he's hesitant or he just, his default setting is just like, I hit one gap and that's what I need. I think they're going to give it to him. So I think they're going to give him that. And that's, I think Benson, this is one of the better spots for him, truthfully, because I think Drew Petzing, underrated coordinator, he's going to give him a lot of looks that are favorable to him in the run game, and that's exciting. Okay, so everybody's going to jump. Scary if two of them jump. Yeah, Baker's going to be sick. Having cornerback cravings pretty hard. Yeah, Hart. Yep, you did mention him. Dobbs, yeah, Dubose sleeper. He is healthy, Moss-like. Everyone underrating Romeo, just special getting started. Running back in the fourth, Wright would be nice. I think Wright's going to be going pretty soon. Running back any time now. Could go any direction, yeah. It's true. Draft, I think once you get to rounds 3 and 4, there's still a lot of depth because some teams will reach, and that's okay, and that happens. But I do think, yeah, it really found a way to come to them in the second round, and it might do the same in the third, which is exciting. So, let's get to this because Washington, other than taking Daniels, I think they've done a really good job after this. This is one of my guys in the class, for sure. After watching him, I just can't quit. Would have loved this guy in Green Bay. It is Brandon Coleman, offensive lineman from TCU. Really like this guy. Really like this guy a lot. 6'4.5", 313, a 996 RAS, has 1,481 snaps at left tackle in his career, 690 at left guard. I think he did a nice job at left guard. I still think he does really good work as a tackle as well. So when you look at Coleman, it's independent hand usage that stands out for me, right? You see a lot of guys two-hand punch, right, where Joe Alt can kind of two-hand punch a little bit to try and get defenders off balance. There are guys who, hug and kind of wrap around. Jordan Morgan definitely does that, unfortunately. But there are a lot of guys who do that and need hand usage refinement at the next level. Brandon Coleman is really good at with his positioning, with balance, with spacing at contact. He varies up his strikes really well. He's got good hand placement, right? And the independent hand usage, the ability to stay in control while resetting one of your hands to get better leverage and get in a more powerful position at contact. He does that so well. I think he can reach block. He has the seal ability in the run game too. Like, he plays pretty quick at his size as well. I just think this is a well-rounded player. I wouldn't be shocked if he gets a look at tackle. If not, he settles in tremendously at guard for me. I love this selection. One of my favorites. Him and Rosengarten are two of my guys, and I Really like both of those picks that the Ravens and now Commanders have made. So, wow. Okay. This is one that we heard that there was rumblings about, like not big rumblings, but there were rumblings about him going a little bit higher than some of these tackles. But I mean, a lot of the tackles are off the board anyway. I think let me. The Patriots are up and they're selecting Kaden Wallace, the offensive tackle from Penn State, place we know well, for Sheed. So Kaden Wallace. Let's see. Yeah, so let's talk about him. Let's get the RAS up here. Sorry, just looking at a few things, seeing if I'm behind it all, but it doesn't look like it at this point. Okay, so Kaden Wallace, 6'4" and 7'8", 314. Another guy who was maybe just under. I mean, he's 6'4", so it's I think he's would have been in Green Bay's range as well. 34-inch arm length, that matters. He definitely, really well refined in terms of like kind of the fundamentals of playing tackle, right? He can combo climb in the run game pretty easily. He picks up stunts well. Like the football IQ is pretty good overall. I really liked his ability to sustain blocks, and obviously the length helps with that, surely, but I think he does a great job in that area. I think you see him, have the quicks to mirror. I think there's a lot working in his favor. I think this is a really interesting pick for the Patriots. So the Patriots have now gone Drake May, Jaylen Polk, Kaden Wallace, which is solid. It's a good start for them. They're going to have to do it again next year to really get this offense back to where it can be a contending unit. But yeah, I think Wallace, there's a lot to like there, and I think athletically that's a pretty good foundation for him as well. So pad level, I think, is one thing. I think he could overset, that's for sure. But he's really balanced and controlled, and I think that's the selling point for a guy like Kaden Wallace to New England. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, so everybody sees it. Appreciate y'all helping out, keeping us up to date with the picks here. Junior Colson to the Chargers. Thought it might be a possibility at in the 30s, right at 37. Didn't happen. They moved up to take McConkey, but Junior Colson, that's yeah. Mm-hmm. We had a feeling this was possible, right? So, yeah, we had a little bit of an inkling that this might happen, right? So Junior Colson of the Chargers, 6'2" and a quarter, 238, pretty big. I think him, Ford, and Wallace are, I think, the biggest. Bookie Watson, I don't remember if he dropped weight for the combine or not. We'll have to take a look at that. But 128 tackles, 4 sacks, 67 stops the last 2 seasons at Michigan. He's got the Mike linebacker potential. He can potentially do it as a rookie, right? He's got enough size, enough speed, right? He can run and chase a little bit sideline to sideline. He strikes really well, reliable tackler. His work between the tackles is good. He can play with enough size and extensions skill set. He's flashed the ability to be a block deconstructor. And I think the flashes are apparent in coverage. I think he's better off working in, but within like 5-7 yards of the line of scrimmage. But he's still got a decent bit of athleticism to cover in the short and intermediate game in coverage. So Colson Chargers makes sense. It's not really deep, fell in the Packers' lap. I like Jordan Morgan. Even so-called ugly snaps, he still usually wins. I think the one game where he consistently lost was Washington in 2022. I think Brillan Trice and company got him pretty good overall. But I think I think overall as a body of work, the tape is very solid with Jordan Morgan. it's just we got to coach the hand usage, right? Which I think is an easier thing to coach than, obviously making someone more athletic is a lot more difficult. But like working on the hand usage, get to work, and I think you can get a solid guard out of him and maybe a tackle in a pinch. Packers took their must-haves. Now it's time for BPA. Total rebuild for the Pats. Bet he takes Corum next. He might take Corum next. Yeah, Pat's coaching is certainly a question. It's a different. Yeah, it's just a question of whether or not Gerard Mayo can put the right structure in place, and you can still be a development factory, at least at offensive line, right? That's going to be the big question. And obviously, quarterback is the biggest one, right? Can they get made to the point where everybody believes he can reach? Excited to see how things go. Is Peyton Wilson still on the board? He is. Colson is Perriman on steroids. Apparently, the Brewers just tied up the Yankees. That's sick. Oh, yeah, that's right. They are playing this weekend. I forgot about that. Yeah, there was talk about that. My dad and I talked about that. Darn it. That's good. That's a good one there. We'll be chatting about him. Oh, so Arizona's got 71, 79. They also have 90? They do. Arizona, that's insane, man. Got 3 of the next, what is it? 3 of the next 19? Oh, no, they didn't. They did take a guy. Oh, they did. Wow. All right. Yeah. That's what I'm talking about. My guy, Isaiah Adams, Illinois, baby. All right, let's get to Andrew Phillips. Thriving out here. Okay. So we kind of talked about Phillips at the top of the show a little bit, right, with like who he is as a player. Let me see here. Andrew Phillips. All right. So Andrew Phillips, 5'10 3/4, 190, 813 RAS. He's got enough snaps in the slot where I think this transition could be very easy, and I think that's where he should play. I don't know if the Giants are going to do that. Something to monitor for sure. I think that, he's fluid in his pedal and in transition. He's got the quicks and recovery speed to work with. He drives in on the in breakers, right? He flashes that ability near the line of scrimmage, right, where he's dipping under blocks. He's got the closing speed combined with good tackling and a physical presence there. The catch point struggles are well documented, I think, where it's just like it's panicking at the catch point, leading to penalties, right? That is the real question with Phillips, if that can be cleaned up. If you're worried about that, I think the question with him, I think you move him into the slot then. If you have any questions about that, he's going to the slot, period. And so I think that's where he'd thrive best in New York. I'm good with it. I think the Giants get a nice player there, but I think we'll see. Green Bay, they'll have opportunities. There's a few more slot guys left that I like, but they can always, there's some safeties that have slot experience, so don't rule that out just yet. Cardinals took Isaiah Adams, who was kind of a gem, a little bit of a gem. I gotta say, the Cardinals are doing a nice job. Isaiah Adams playing guard. At least I'd play him there. Maybe the Cardinals think they can get things right at tackle. But no, he can play left tackle. I'm confused. I'm a confused fella, I think. Because he played. Yeah, no. No, that's correct. He's a left guard. I think he's a left guard. I'm trying to grab his RAS quick. Once I do, we will talk about him. You're good about talking about the Brewers. It's fine. Packers expect him to be a left tackle. That's fine. I like competition out there. I mean, if that leaves the door open for Christian Haynes, that sounds great. I'm always good with leaving that door open. Bullard Bullock name combo. Yeah. Let's go get Isaac or one of the speed rushers. I'm down for that. Yeah, so sorry. Gosh, sorry, that took forever. Isaiah Adams, right? What I think you're getting from him, he's 6'4" and a quarter, 315. Really good build for potential tackle guard flexibility. I think you play him at left guard, but I wouldn't. I'd understand if you want to try him out at tackle. I think fundamentally sound, right? Quick, smear ability, good hand technique as a pass protector, pass off stunts. He can work in zone. But I think he's got enough functional strength and power and finishing ability in gap runs if you really want to be physical there, which I think if you're looking for that and with Benson entering the fold as well, I think that makes a lot of sense. And if he utilizes that length a little bit more, right, he's almost 34-inch arm length playing on the interior. I think you'll get a really good player out of that. He maybe plays a little bit upright, a little bit higher than you'd like to see. Want him to get those knees bent a little more, play with better leverage. But I do like Adams. I think the Cardinals are doing plenty of good things right now. Hard not to like where they're at. Hard not to like it. Carolina, Dallas, Atlanta are the next three. That hurts. That hurts. Oh, wow. Okay, so I thought for sure this was one of my guys to be a Packer that fit best, but they got yeah. Okay. Let's see. So the Panthers pick first, then Dallas. Okay, I've got the next three. So the Panthers have picked Traven Wallace, linebacker from Kentucky. The Cowboys took our guy that we didn't want them to take. That's two in a row. So Panthers took Traven Wallace. Are they? I thought Dallas took Cooper Beebe. That's what I see, at least. Really quick on Traven Wallace for the Panthers. 6'1" and 8, 237, 934 RAS, 54 tackles, 20 pressures, 5 sacks, and 33 run stops in 23. He was an effective blitzer for this Kentucky team. I think he's got the Mike linebacker size, of course. He can be the block deconstructor in the run game. He's flash set ability, especially when he generates enough momentum working downhill off the snap. I think he's got enough speed and range sideline to sideline. I think there's some, innate feel and movement. Oh, you were speculating, Mitch. Oops. Movement and coverage. I think he's inconsistent in his run, fits a little bit, right? He can be over aggressive when he's got to scrape or get to that outside gap to turn back in. And then I do think there are times where he is maybe a little late to recognize second level offensive lineman working out there, and he gets a little bit swallowed up. He loses, some ground early on in that engagement, and that can cause him to get washed out a little bit in the run game. But I think there's a lot of potential here. Panthers land some potential in Traven Wallace. Yes, the Cowboys select Cooper Beebe, offensive line from Kansas State. Probably gonna. This now makes. See, now we're talking, because Dallas, they take Guyton last night, right? We talked about that. They took Guyton, and we were thinking, okay, well, where's Guyton gonna play? Where's Tyler Smith gonna play? right? And you know, are they just going to phase out Terrence Steele? Now I think you have to have the question of is Tyler Smith going out to left tackle? Right? Because Cooper Beebe played majority of his snaps at left guard. Right? He has, I can pull this up quickly. His was one of the graphics I was working on when it was about 6 o'clock, and I'm like, I can't finish it. So, but Cooper Beebe has 778 snaps at left tackle, 1,847 at left guard, and 476 at right tackle. So he's position versatile, right? I think the short arms would lean me to believe he's going to play some guard. But he can play powerful, right? He can play with good anchor ability. You know, he's got enough quicks, good recognition skills, right? But he can also get after it in the run game if you allow him to do so. Pulling, right? You know, the finishing ability is pretty good overall. I do think, like, again, there are times where the short arms are going to hurt him. You know, he's going to get that initial strike. He's going to get stunned a little bit. He's going to have to be able to anchor at a high level in the NFL. If he does that, I think the Cowboys have struck gold here in the third. They could, I think in theory, what they're going to do is it should be Tyler Smith at left tackle, Cooper Beebe at left guard. They'll have to figure out center. But then you have Tyler Guyton as your developmental right tackle or left tackle, depending. But I think that's where I'd lean. I think you let Tyler Guyton be a developmental player. You don't start him immediately. You play Tyler Smith at left tackle. You play Cooper Beebe at left guard. That's what I would probably do if I were them. The Atlanta Falcons have taken Brillan Trice. Falcons take Brillan Trice, the edge rusher from Washington, in the mix. Here we go. Okay. I mean, Brillan Trice, the best way to describe Brillan Trice is a pressure cooker, right? Like that's the best way to describe him. He is in the backfield a ton. He's being disruptive all the time. He has 150 pressures the last 2 seasons, 17 sacks. And again, he doesn't finish sack opportunities and he struggles with tackling. Like that's kind of the reason the sack numbers aren't as high, unfortunately. And that's where it gets you a little frustrated when you watch him. You're like, man, he's just got a lot of avenues to win as a pass rusher, but he needs to finish some sack opportunities. So I like it. I think it makes sense. Him coming at 245 was a shock to the system a little bit, right? Where I was very stunned. He looks like he's 265 and he's playing 245. 7.46 RAS, not bad. He's got the cross chop. He's got the rip move. He can kind of dip underneath the tackle's pads and rip through on the outside arc. You know, he's got the jab step to kind of freeze tackles a little bit. And sometimes those tackles, when he throws that jab step in, they'll start sinking the hips, right, and getting into their set and ready to anchor against maybe a bull rush or something like that. And that jab step, getting them to freeze, allows Trice to win outside, win inside, right? He's flashed the hump move as well that Reggie White has been so famous for, and he's relentless as a pass rusher. The motor runs hot. So I like it. Atlanta needs this kind of player. Trice and Orhorhoro, I think they could have gone Johnny Newton instead. I think that would have been better, but they're committing to the defensive side of the football after going QB. So there you go. Is Austin Booker a Packer fit? I just don't know. He's like 2.4. Wait, let's look him up, shall we? Austin Booker RAS here, 6'4.5", yeah, 240. That's a little small for them on the edge, unless he's playing Sam linebacker. Probably not a fit there. Obviously they did meet with him, so it's something to monitor. He's got good movement skills as a pass rusher. He's developing. He's on the all inexperienced team, right? He's got around 800 total snaps, which is I think that's what Amarius Mims has as well. So something like that. BB is a great pick. Hate it. With all this value in the third round, we really should consider moving up from 126 or from the 5th. I think they will. Thoughts on Bordolini? I know he's an athlete. Yeah, he's definitely an athlete. I think he's going to be better off at one of the guard spots rather than center. I know Badger fans are kind of sick of him snapping the football. I think there's enough movement skills there to work with for sure for Bortolini. I think day 3, if there are other options like Dominic Puni, I'm going to take Puni over Bortolini. But on day 3, I think take him anytime. So Andy Herman thinks we can trade up around 10 picks in the third. I think so. Yeah, I wouldn't mind being aggressive here at some point. So Bears have made a pick. The Broncos are on the clock, it looks like, at 75. No, the Broncos have already picked. I need the Bears pick, and I don't have it. I have the Broncos pick. Yeah, Brillan Trice also has double-digit tackles for loss his last 2 seasons. So, like, again, just disruption on an immaculate scale. Come on, man. Where is the Bears selection? I just don't know why Jordan Schultz has the Broncos one and he doesn't have the Bears yet. Joseph, Peyton Wilson, Will Shipley, Puni, Mustafa Haynes. Yeah, Puni and Haynes. Man. Oh, Kiran's still there too. Kiran Amegadjie is there as well. Yeah, there's 3 linemen. I want to go get one of them. I would go get one of those 3 immediately. I would not be waiting around for this. Oh, shoot. Darn it. Dang it. Bears took Amegadjie. Okay. Sure they did. Of course they did. Yeah, Amegadjie 6'5" and 3/8, 323, 36 and an 1/8 inch arm length. We talked about this. We've on the channel, right? We did his scouting report. Has significant snaps at left guard, left tackle. Just 26 pressures in a sack allowed in his career. Obviously, the level of competition, you would question that. He's got good linear explosiveness, functional powers off the charts, right? He could dominate lower competition like that. He's got some impressive flashes in pass protection, right? Hand resetting, recovery skills, the quicks. Like, all of this is really good. You see it in spurts, but then it goes away. There's some inconsistencies across the board, right? In terms of setting, in terms of moving the feet quick enough to mirror. There's just a lot of things that need to be worked on. He is a project pick for sure. He's not starting right away, right? You still have Braxton Jones and Darnell Wright over there. But Amegadjie, really fun player. Yeah, excited to see how he does in the league. Of course, he's coming off a torn quad, I believe, last fall. So something to monitor there as well. Bears trying to get smarter with that Yale pick. Realize they don't got enough brains. Making the most out of their 4 picks. They kind of are. Yeah, Chris, we got to go get that man. We got to go get him. If we don't go get him, I'm going to be upset. Oh, Denver's pick is in, by the way. Let's talk about Jonah Ellis for Denver. The edge rusher from Utah. Obviously, shoulder injury with him. That's something to monitor. Yeah, the Bears are something you gotta worry about them. Amegadjie's a really nice long-term investment there at tackle, and I don't like that. Obviously, I hate that Rome went there. Despise the fact that he's a Bear. And Caleb, I think, is going to be really good. So, NFC North not getting easier with that Amegadjie selection. Is Adisa that good? I think Adisa is pretty good. Outside arc rusher. I'm kind of surprised he's still available. I know Jonah Ellis has more moves, right? Here we go. 6'2" and an 1/8, 248. 8.59. The shuttles and 3-cone look really good. I think with Ellis, I have some notes. Let me pull up my notes. Couldn't get them into a graphic, but I'll pull up notes off my computer here. Actually, what am I doing? I have a big one. I don't like having so many tabs open. It bothers me. Let me get to my notes. Oh, we're still on here. All right, how far do I have to scroll down for this? I should just control find. There we go. Okay. Control F was way better. Jonah Ellis plays. Wait. What are we doing? Help me. Okay. Jonah Ellis plays with good anchor and leverage in the run game, right? Oh, here we go. Plethora of move for the contact phase to generate pressure. He's got the push-pull to get the O-line off balance. He's got the long arm bull rush move as well. Generates some force walk tackles back to the QB. He's got the chop. He's got the dip rip. He's obviously got the inside spin, which is a dominant move that Ellis has. He's fluid dropping into coverage. The consistent performance against top tackles is really the question. He definitely dominated when he was facing UCLA and others like that. Rosengarten did pretty well against him. He's got to work on less foot fire hesitation, threaten outside a little bit more, try to get, attack that outside hip a little bit, right? We talk about that with receivers and corners, right? You need to be threatening a little bit when you're playing edge rusher. He doesn't do that as much. We kind of talked about that a little bit with Latu as well, where it just was kind of like, okay, threaten outside a little bit more for sure. Name the best wide receiver the Bears have drafted. The best one? Oh, man. Alshon, maybe? I guess. Alshon Jeffrey, perhaps? I mean, they've probably drafted better ones further back in time. But that was initially what was off the top of my head. Obviously, Rome is that. But thoughts on Dwayne Carter? Yeah, I view him very similarly-ish to Mason Smith, where he's just very powerful, good hand usage, can push, pull, can get off some blocks. I think you got to expand the repertoire. I do think he plays a little bit out of control at times. That's something to monitor for sure with him. Would love him to play in more control because he definitely can lose balance. But he's very powerful. He can push the pocket at a high level. I'd be down with Dwayne Carter at 88 or 91. But the longer Haynes sits there, the more I'm getting impatient about a potential trade up. So, yeah, Delmar Glaze. Underrated, by the way. Very underrated. Very, very underrated for the Raiders here. The Raiders got JPJ and Delmar Glaze. That's good. That's good. Houston traded up with Philly. We'll get to that. All right, well, I've got my notes up. This is easy. Delmar Glaze. Let me stop the screen here. Present. I go Edge tab. I'm going to pull up Delmar Glaze RAS here. I'll just read from the notes while we're on it. Another guy, 6'4" and A315. Like, the size is really solid. He has, obviously, a lot of experience. I believe at both tackle spots, if I remember correctly. With him, that is a nice draw. Yeah. Oh, my gosh. It's almost dead even. That's right. This is him. There was one prospect who was almost dead even with 1,100 snaps on both sides. 1,151 snaps for Glaze at left tackle, 1,147 at right tackle. That's hard to do. You don't see a lot of that, which is really interesting. With Glaze, I think, the arm length is really good, right? We're pushing 35. We like that. Good grip strength when he's in the contact phase, right? He's a good job sustaining when he's there with that grip strength. the footwork's good. The movement skills are good for both phases of the game, right? I think another guy that's better with the hand use than a lot of guys in this class, and that makes him handle things like speed on the outside. It helps him handle inside moves. It helps him straight, speed to power, right? He's got a lot of answers for a lot of the questions presented to him from pass rushers. I do think that, could he kick into guard? Yes. I don't know with those long arms. That'll be the way to move. He is really fluid with the mirror skills. He can overextend those still a little bit at contact because he's throwing the flurry of strikes at you to keep you off balance. But I really like Glaze. He did really well against top competition too. Had some really good games against Ohio State. JPJ and Delmar Glaze, I like it a lot for the Raiders. So I forgot I need to present the entire window for these. We'll be back here. Let's see. Texans should be on the clock now. Oh. Kalen Bullock to Texas. Or to Texans. Yes. Okay, so Kalen Bullock, lots of wide receivers and interior offensive line. I mean, I think those are my two best. Those two positions have my best two players available left. Chop Cooper Rakestrow's gone. Yeah, I've still got two guys in the early round 2 tier. That's Baker and that's Christian Haynes. Two guys I really, really like. Oh, Indy, you wouldn't dare. Indy, you better not, buddy. You better not. So Kalen Bullock to Houston. Right, Kalen Bullock's all about exceptional range. Right, that is his game. And the Texans could use that. Right, I think Jalen Petry's a really nice player in the mold of like Nubin, where he's like box safety plus poaching the middle of the field, mixing it up in the run game. Like that's what you want from Jalen Petry, and it's a great role to have. But when you have like, this type of range on the back end, the ball skills especially, play recognition, all of this stuff that he can do at a high level, I think it is very beneficial for your defense. He can play in some split field, of course, with the range he has, working top down with recognition skills, or just be in single high. The real question, right? Angles in the run game, tackling, right? Get off some blocks and help the run game out a little bit as well. There's some of that. So, that's where I'm at with Bullock, but I think gives you a lot in that that secondary's coming together, right? Stingley, Bullock, Petry. There's a lot there. Gone Cavs to the Colts. Interesting. Oh, Seattle's going to take Haynes, aren't they? Freak. Seattle's going to take Haynes. They are. I know it. Darn it. I knew it. I knew it. Dang it. I'm upset. Oh. Hello. Hey, neighbor.
This is my day 2. I'm full of posture.
Heck yeah.
How are we doing?
Oh, we're doing pretty good.
How do we feel about the color barrier being broken tonight?
What?
By Cooper DeJean.
Oh. That's funny. Yeah, I think it's great.
I saw a picture of him next to Jackie Robinson.
Oh, that's messed up. We've gone too far.
It was so messed up, but it was really funny.
We've gone too far.
I was like, that is not good.
No.
Oh,
Yeah,
well,
I mean,
figured
gun
hopefully
calves
I
for the
can
Colts
rock
is
out.
what?
Hopefully I can rock out the next 20 or so picks. Where are we at? 80?
We are at 80. But
Give
I
or
know what
take.
81 is, and I'm upset about it.
Whose pick is 81?
Seattle. They took Haynes from me. Dirty dogs. Freaking. They took him away from me.
It was only a matter of time.
I think gun calves for Pitt for Indy really quick is he's more, technician with a lot of power. He's not the most athletic in terms of recovery skills, in terms of mirror, but maybe that's just the Colts saying, yeah, let's kick him inside. Or just let him be a versatile player on that line. Interested with how the Colts do that. I know Mitch says he likes that. Gun calves there. Did Kinchens test himself into the late rounds? Would seem that way. It would seem that way. But also, how many safeties have we even gone tonight? 2, 3, 4? 4. Yeah. Nubin, Bullard. We were hyping here. We were hyped in here for Bullard.
I figured you would be. I saw that pick come across, and I was like, yep, there it is.
Chat was bumping for that one. Yeah, so those two, and then Cole Bishop got picked by Buffalo, and then, Bullock right there to the Texans. Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah.
So, when's my guy going to be drafted, bro?
Which one?
Baker, man. This is nonsense, bro.
Day 3.
Bengals took Jermaine Burton. So obviously there's an incident with Burton, right, that has been documented for sure after the Tennessee game, which can't be doing that stuff. Something you teams probably, Green Bay met with him probably to figure that stuff out for sure. Nate, I hate that Amegadjie went to the Bears. Don't like that one bit. Do not like.
Oh, that's right. Jermaine Burton's the one that hit that girl.
Yeah, he is. That's what
I was like, I needed to look up what you're talking about because I couldn't remember.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Right.
Yeah, that's wild.
Right. So, before we get to heartbreak, let's go to Jermaine Burton first. 6'0" and a quarter, 196. Posted 39, 70, 98, and 8 in 2023. He's the vertical threat with, I think, a lot of potential to expand the route tree to be a full-time route runner. Really a nice Z flanker at the next level. He's got the speed and burst to stack and win downfield. Great leaping ability, dominate the catch point. Right, he's got the burst, flexibility, and quicks, like I mentioned, to expand the route tree and develop in that area. He's fluid in the movement skills, and the yards per route run likes him a lot for sure. Pretty efficient on a per snap basis, both at Georgia and Alabama. But the off-field stuff, the character stuff, the fact that teams and coaches in the building say they don't like him. I don't know if that's true, but that's what's been reported. And then obviously the thing in the Tennessee game, which is just ridiculous. Can't believe you would even think about doing that. It's nonsense. No place for it at all. So I'm sure Green Bay said no, thank you. The Bengals, on the other hand, said sure, why not?
Well, it's not exactly off par for them.
No, not necessarily.
Vontaze Burfict comes to mind.
This is the worst right here. This is the worst. I hate this. Seattle. Darn you. Christian Haynes from Seattle.
Technician and athlete combo.
It's the worst.
I love this guy.
This is the worst timeline, man. He was one of my only early round 2 grades left, and he's available at 85 freaking 1 to Seattle. I mean, he's got 3,318 snaps at right guard in his career. Love that. Tailor-made zone offensive lineman, which, you know, with Ryan Grubb there from Washington, they love to get their linemen in space for a lot of stuff. That's going to benefit Haynes for sure. He has that linear explosiveness. We talk about the quicks. Second-level landmarks, I think, you know, landmarks on the perimeter with that athleticism are not going to be a problem for him at all. Great reach blocker, right? I think he has improved his hand usage in Mobile. You know, got caught day one with a lot of wide hands, and that definitely happens on film. Couple days of coaching, he was shooting the hands quickly. It was well-timed, well-placed. And if he can make that kind of jump in 2 days, just wait for, you know, rookie mini camp, training camp, and by the time he gets on the field, this might be an absolute stud from day one for Seattle. It's really funny, Nate. I feel like all my film rooms that I've done pre-draft have been like 3 or 4 teams that have selected all of them. There are a couple teams
definitely running away with the
Latu
draft.
and Mitchell went to Indy. Haynes and Murphy were Seattle. Who else? There's more, of course. Gosh, I'm losing all. It's been a trip this week. Lack of sleep. The fact that I can't even remember what film rooms I've done. It's so bad. Polk went to the Patriots. That's right. Barton was a Buccaneer. Benson a Cardinal. Oh, there's some spread out. Brooks went to Carolina. Powers Johnson to the Raiders. Yeah, I'm Baker or Puni, Dorless, Will Shipley, Mahogany. Tip Ryman goes here?
Wow, that's way earlier than I expected. He went to Arizona too.
Really?
Looky there. I love that for him.
Really?
He might be the best blocking tight end in the draft.
Him and Spanford from Minnesota are like the two guys where I go, yeah, there's
Big Ten tight ends.
Yeah, inline monsters. AJ Barner can do it too from Michigan. It's another Big Ten guy. Cade Stover from Ohio State's gotten better at it year after year.
I think kind of underratedly, Tip Ryman ran like the 5th or 6th fastest 40 among tight ends.
Oh yeah.
He also looks like
bring it up, baby.
What's his name from Rocky? The Russian guy from Rocky.
Drago?
Yeah, Ivan Drago. Have you ever seen a picture of Tip Ryman?
Yes, I have.
Looks like Ivan Drago.
I can buy that.
He's built like him too.
He ranks 10th all time athleticism wise at tight end.
Yeah, that's nuts.
That thing does not go unnoticed there. Athletic tight ends are usually the good ones. It's hard to get the monkey off the back when you got a 3 RAS at 2. It's just you need to be exceptionally athletic related to your peers to succeed the next level. He's got it. Great blocker. And why is this not shocking that they're adding a great blocker, Nate? This is the Cardinals. They go, let's see, they've gone Marvin Harrison, easy. Darius Robinson and Max Melton. Then it's the shift, right? Then it's like, okay, Drew Petzing, we love to run the ball. We love to run the rock a lot. Trey Benson for some gap runs with James Conner pairing. Sick. Isaiah Adams, bruiser in the run game, especially when he plays guard, right? Maybe he plays tackle. Now we're going tight end who can block when you have McBride there in the passing downs. And McBride's no slouch either. He can mix it up. He's not afraid to mix it up either. They'll go heavy on this. They have Ryman with the athleticism. There'll be 2 tight ends a lot out there still this coming year in Arizona. That's exciting offensively. It is.
Kyler's got to be so happy.
He should be
with how this is playing out.
If they find a way to go add Puni too, see ya.
Good night, Arizona.
Easy. You know? What draft tracker is fastest?
What's that?
What draft tracker's fastest? Because I feel
ESPN.
like ESPN's fastest.
Is really if it's already got 83.
Oh wow, it does.
Oh, speaking of Big Ten, it's Blake Corum.
Yeah, Blake Corum to the Rams.
Not see that.
Pittsburgh on the clock. We got 2 Packers picks coming up, baby. Running backs could start a run. Here's where it might begin. Yeah.
That's so funny to me that 2 Illinois guys went to the Cardinals.
Don't have to be done.
No, that's true. They don't.
Keith?
And they could get 2 Isaiahs from Illinois.
And Keith if they want him too.
Yeah. That's weird. I like their Isaiah Adams pick there, though.
I think Isaiah Adams and Delmar Glaze are 2 really underrated picks in the 3rd round. Both Big Ten guys, of course.
Isaiah kind of got the unfortunate, and like I think he could have had a higher draft profile playing at his natural position, but he got shifted just for personnel.
He did get moved around a lot, and that's tough. It's tough tough to because obviously you want him to be in the best position for NFL success, right, and show where you're best playing. And I think teams recognize that, of course, but
team player.
When you're the best lineman on your team, it's kind of like, hey, we need you over here in a pinch. You got to be able to do this, and so it's both a blessing and a little bit of a burden to be that guy on the offensive line for your team, and so that's there's no doubt about it. Blake Corum's a good duo runner and a good power runner, and if the Rams are going to be committing to that, right? Avila's probably playing center. Dotson got a big deal. Jonah Jackson, they got some healthy young fellas in there blocking for them. Let Corum press the line of scrimmage and bounce runs out. He's as good as anybody at doing that. If he can get the elusiveness back that he had pre-injury, look out. Powerful runner, low center of gravity. Really like it. I like it for Corum. Touchdown machine as well.
Blake Corum. Chase.
DB. I know he doesn't like this at all.
Well, 2 Michigan guys back to back.
Oh, I know he doesn't like this.
That's interesting.
I got to go into Smitty's stream.
Oh, I'll find out. Don't you worry.
It's Roman Wilson.
Yeah, I saw that.
Oh man.
Gonna find out what they're saying.
I know Tyler was in there at one point early on in the stream from France. He was chilling.
I'm going to take myself off for a second and find out.
Oh, man. You should. Oh, man. Corum seemed like what was best of the class at getting what was blocked for him. Yeah, I mean, he's definitely one of those guys that stayed patient pressing the line of scrimmage, and that was really the draw for him, and being a tough runner like that. But, yeah, is he going to play outside? That's the question. They're going to talk about that, I'm sure. Oh, man. I don't love that for them. Nobody wants Baker. It's the same thing again. Kyrie Jackson drafted yet? No. Him, Cam Hart, all guys that are still available.
This is a very quiet stream they've got going on over there. For 4 people being in it, there's not a lot being said.
They're chilling. It's a chill stream. They're watching, all this. I feel like I'm going to lose my voice over here.
Yeah, I thought there would be some more commentary going on in there about this pick, but it doesn't seem like they're too angry or too excited.
Maybe they're stunned.
Yeah, they might be. They might have freaked out a minute ago too.
Yeah.
I remember his catch against Nebraska.
Oh, the one where he went over the top.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean he's tough and he's going to be reliable. He's got some speed to his game, but
tough and reliable. That's like the Steelers, right? That's what they want. That's like Pittsburgh. So they got to be thrilled, right? I mean,
yeah. Also Wilson to Wilson. Let's rock.
Yeah,
maybe
Wilson squared.
Yeah, I think
or just Wilson 2 if you'd like.
Yeah, Wilson 2.
2 Will, 2 Son.
Yeah, there you go. Put that in the chat, Nate. Put that in their chat. 2 Will, 2 Son.
All the Fast and Furious references.
Yeah, I think you should put that.
Oh, I gotta go to their actual chat. That's unfortunate.
Oh, yeah.
I go to YouTube.
Oh no, Twitter will work. They'll show up for them. It works now.
Oh, does it?
It does. It's just people are usually not watching there.
That makes sense.
Because of 3 years of the Twitter comments don't work, so nobody even. What's my prediction? Man, Dominic Puni has to be the guy. He's got to be the guy here. Unless, of course, see, the problem is we got these jokers here in front of us. The Niners just moved up, and they're going to take him. Freaking. I'm sure the Niners have taken him. They moved up with Philly. Don't like that at all. But Puni, Jalen Wright, honestly, at this point, give me Javon Baker. I think the value's too good for him to be still sitting there. Peyton Wilson, I mean, sure. Cedric Gray, you want to go linebacker again? But just come on, do me a favor, guys. Give me Puni, so I can do his film breakdown because I love him. I think he's an awesome player. But at corner, I think Hart and Jackson are probably the guys for them if they're going to go corner. I can't imagine there'd be anything else. Could be Mahogany. They do usually prefer tackle experience, but we'll see. That's funny. Mid Kuiper took the night off. LOL. That's funny. So 3 picks in front of us. It is Cleveland, the Niners, and Dallas. I feel like the Niners just did it. I don't like it. They probably did it though. Ooh. Okay.
Went in and dropped some comments just for fun.
I did see you drop the Mid Kuiper's got the night off.
There's like John Sarge is in there just with a black screen. Like,
I know. I don't know what we're doing. It's just everything changed last night. Everybody's looking fly. Sarge had the like blue jacket.
Yeah.
Last night.
Now he's like wearing pajamas. He's about to fall asleep in there.
Yeah, he's in a cave.
They called the Browns the International House of Mid.
That's funny. That's funny. I mean, they took Zach Zinter here, which is solid.
ZZ Tops.
He's really solid. I think, he plays aggressive, right? He when he's looking for work, he will just dump guys on the ground. Pretty quick second level mover, right? I think the hands maybe get a little wide at times, and he plays a little upright, I think is the biggest thing with him. Needs to be more flexible, bend the knees a little bit more, get better leverage at contact, but pretty reliable, solid across the board. Solid across the board might be the International House of Mid. So that kind of tracks, honestly. Cornerback from Florida State, Jerrion Jones. Renardo went in the second round, end of second round of the Niners. I wouldn't take Jerrion Jones. I don't personally like him. I know when you look at PFF, the grades look good, but then look at the game by game. He's like 2 elite games against like Grambling State and like Wheaton College or something. I don't know what the other college was. I didn't look, but it was like 2 games carrying him. And I just feel like when I watch Jones, he doesn't look like a nickel. He just doesn't have the agility and mirror skills off the line. He looks like a guy who wants to turn and run and cover 3. For me, that's what Jerrion Jones looks like to me. Again, could be wrong, could be very dumb. Obviously, I think he's a good tackler, right? He'll be an enforcer at nickel, but I just don't trust the coverage skills at nickel. I think he's better off turning and running in cover 3. Just the way he plays, the way he opens up too early. I knew it. I knew that's what the Niners did. I hate being correct. They traded up with Philly, and they took the guy I wanted.
Gotta stop being right.
Gosh, I don't like that team. Freaking knew it. Upset. It's like the Terry Arnold pick last night. I'm upset. Oh, man, that NFC West, Haynes and Puni in the last 6 picks, and I'm losing it. Not a happy man right now. Hey, Goody, did your phone not work? Man, just give Philly the friendly handshake, man, of like, hey, we're playing in Brazil in a few months. Let's do some stuff. That's so upsetting. That's so upsetting. I don't like this at all.
I forgot.
Oh, nice. Nice.
Brought from home.
Love it.
Well, kind of home.
I mean, Latu and Mitchell for them. Goodness.
Yeah, it's a pretty good look too.
That's insane, man.
They don't have any more picks tonight, though. None of my teams have any picks tonight, unless you count the Bengals, and I don't really count them.
Guys, I'm sorry. That's on me. That's on me. I take responsibility because I saw them move up and I knew it. Okay. So, yeah, I think we sat on our hands a little bit. You're darn right I'd take it personal. I take it personal when other teams take guys I like in front of me. That's 100%. I'm like that in fantasy as well.
True.
That's how I am. 6'5", 303 for Puni, 816 RAS. He's got snaps at left tackle, left guard, right? There's a mix of snaps there. From everybody I talked to, and I asked this question to them because it's, one I really enjoy thinking about. Like Puni, they're projecting him to center. A lot of teams are, and at 303, I think that makes sense. But like he might actually have the 5-position versatility that we think Barton does. Because I think Barton's hands get a little too wide. And that might be what dooms him at guard and why he's probably just a better center. But like Puni plays really well. He's in control. He's got impressive quicks. Like we talk about O-line, we've mentioned it a few times tonight. Like being controlled in your movement skills, being urgent but controlled. And I think Puni's a really good example of that. Good anchor, good extension player. He dips his head a little bit at contact, but he always does a nice job of recovering. This is all around solid. I really don't like that San Francisco did this 2 picks before Green Bay. This was the guy I picked in the 3rd round like 85 times this offseason and just loved every second of it. And, of course, 2 picks before 88. The jerks out west took him instead. So they had to go eliminate us from the postseason and also take Dominic Puni 2 picks in front of me. I will never recover. Please. I had to throw that in there. It was too much of a layup. I was on such a roll there.
Help! I've fallen and I can't get up.
Yeah, it's never been more Jover than it is right now.
Bleacher Report gave the Cardinals a B for the Ryman pick. That is interesting.
I think that's fair.
Yeah, I think that's fair for sure.
I think there are some guys I like more in the class, but I mean, athleticism wise, if you want a tight end, you got to go get the athletes.
Yeah.
So just a way better proposition than not, because
I think the athletic profile is there too with guys like him to where like he does the blocking really, really well. So you at least get that. And then if you need something else, you can probably coach it into him because he's got the profile. So
yeah, if you can harness the athleticism, right, and work on the agility stuff, right, and work on training that up. But also like for Ryman, it could also just be like, hey, let's talk about in this concept where you need to find space, right? Where your route depth should be, all of this, and like I think that can be a major part of it, right? So I think Arizona, I like it. If they had taken Johnny Newton at 27 and said Darius Robinson, I'd love it.
It'd be nice, right?
They take Melton ahead of Kool-Aid.
Yeah. No. Maybe?
No, they didn't. Okay, never mind.
No, I didn't.
Okay.
No, I was like, wait.
I think I would have. It just depends on Melton. I think he can play outside. I like him a lot at the slot, and if you're going to play him there, I would rather had Sainristil, personally. But I get it. So, 2 picks, and then Green Bay's on the clock. Okay. Oh, wow. Okay. Did not think this guy would go before Peyton Wilson. Wow. So Nate, the The Cowboys have taken Maris Liufau.
Oh, from Notre Dame.
Yeah.
That's interesting. He's got really good length, right? But
yeah, 34 1/4 inch arms at linebacker. Heck yes.
Couple of sacks last year, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, I mean that contributes to the lack of bench reps.
Yeah,
just saying, right? Like that's Dallas.
Yeah, that RAS is tough.
Yeah, it's not the best, but I mean,
in the bottom left anyway.
Yeah, the explosion's not great, but if again, it's the linebacker class, right? It's not the best one we've seen.
It's been a while since we've had what I would call a really high, like just eye test linebacker.
Yeah, maybe the first year we did this with Warner and company, right? Like that feels like a long time ago. And then Roquan and Edmonds in 18.
Mm-hmm.
It's been a while, especially because Parsons moved to edge basically, and so he doesn't even. It feels like he doesn't even count anymore.
It feels like the linebackers that are really athletic get moved to other places. So.
Yeah.
That's a different game now.
Yeah, that's true. 4.64 for it's hard to read. I know it's a little hard to read that on there, but it is 4.64.
I can see it pretty well.
Okay, I can see it kind of. If you have a smaller screen, you're like that's an 8.
Yeah.
Really? They took him? I already did the film though.
No, Marshawn.
I did the film already. That's tough. Oh man. I did the film on him.
Revisit
the film.
You can never know everything.
Darn it. That was risky. I have to go let the folks know in Clayton's and Ryan's stream that like go peep that film, dog. Okay, well we'll talk about Lloyd. Man, I really didn't think they were going to do that. They took him over Jalen Wright. That's a choice for sure. It's for sure a choice. I can't give you a synopsis, buddy. I'm freaking live. Anyway, that's interesting. I have a lot of thoughts here, so that's great news for you guys. I'm upset that this is. I think Puni. I think it's the Niners' fault that this is the pick. I have his graphics somewhere. I'll find it. I got to go search the downloads for it. Here we go. Yeah, so I mean, I think the upside is tremendous here. I don't remember if it was DJ. Someone said this, where Marshawn Lloyd is the highest upside of any running back in the draft. I think it was DJ. I want to say it was DJ, Nate. I'm almost positive. 5'8 3/4, 220. Well built for the running back position, right? He's got an 8.62 RAS, a 4.46 40, 36-inch vert, 25 reps on the bench, man. Guy is built out there. 2023, 115 for 8.16 and 9. 47 missed tackles forced, 56.7 breakaway run percentage. That's higher than Trey Benson's, by the way, who everybody describes as the ultimate home run threat in the draft. So I think, when the stream's over, the film is over there. Go check it out, I guess. There's a lot to unpack. The vision and processing is there, sometimes not others. But the burst and transition skill set is really good. This is exciting. So, really quick, Angelo's analysis. Nate, I don't know if you know him on Twitter. He does a lot of like really, really exceptional breakdowns on the skill position players. I'm having him on next week. I can't wait to hear the thoughts of his on Marshawn Lloyd because he was talking about him pretty glowingly. when he did his profile. So I'm pretty stoked about this. You guys better tune to that show next week. That's all I'm gonna say. All right. Maybe he has secrets on Williams. that's all you need. Man, you know what Caleb does back there? You know, he likes to drop his foot. Like, Lloyd's decent as a receiver. I think most of his receiving stuff, unfortunately, is finding the spot between the linebackers. But when he catches it, his lateral toolbox to make people miss is impressive. You know, he likes to he helped Caleb on a lot of scramble drills last year, which is good. There was a little bit of one play where there was a real lack of sideline awareness. So my guy just was running, caught one, realized he's about 2 yards out of bounds, way too late, and that's a tough scene. But like, I like him. There's a ton of burst here when he is in transition from working, you know, more horizontal, and then he presses upfield. There's so much burst there, guys. You know, if you want to keep watching the stream, do it. If you want to go click on that video and you want to have a good time, you can go ahead. I won't be upset. You can come right back. You know, we'll chat about it.
We'll deny your request to re-enter the stream. Don't listen to him.
There's a password.
You just don't know it.
The password is Javon Bullard. Is a beast. That's the password. So Tyke Smith goes to Tampa. Really quick, we'll talk about that. Really good nickel player from Georgia. I think we got the more versatile player and the better player. Elijah Jones, good press man corner. That's tough, right? There you go. Daniel Jeremiah did just say he thinks he's the best running back in the draft. I think he has the highest ceiling. I agree with that. Mike, I did his film. If you want to go check it out right now, it's on the channel already. Already did it. It's up fresh this week. Extra. Hear all about it. Yeah, his film's on the channel. I'm going to go reset that link really quick. Not many. Yeah, he doesn't have many catches, but to be fair, I think he was in a split timeshare with the other guy's name. I can't think of. The problem is he has not many catches. Here's the issue. The pass blocking is so bad. His pass pro is horrendous. It's not good. So that's why he's not out there with a lot of opportunities to catch the ball. Oh, you just asked. Yeah, no. No.
He can. You don't want him to, but he can.
In the words of Mid Kiper Jr., no. He can't pass block. But
what are the odds you see 3 running backs on the field at once for Green Bay? That'd be so cool.
No, because one of them would be Dylan, and I'm not about that.
That'd be so cool.
I'm not. If it was Jones, Jacobs, and Lloyd, sure.
That would be sick.
Sure. It's not, so I'm out.
Nope.
For that reason, I'm out.
I'm out.
I gotta share this all over the place, baby. Well, I think now it's just more like, all right, how does he fit? So that'll be the video instead. You just go watch the college film, and we'll talk more about fit and whether or not it's going to work out really well. So he's got a ton of burst. He is a speed back. There is no doubt. He is a home run hitter. I'm excited for him. My dad loved him down in Mobile. Loved him. That might be his favorite pick tonight. Or of all of them.
Really happy.
I think he's jacked over all the other ones for sure. It's probably not even close. So Packers ran it in. Do I want to know? Give it to me. Okay, yeah, I buy this as well. Yep, they met with him. Yep. Tyron Hopper, linebacker, Missouri. Yep, that tracks.
Whoa.
Not surprising, but I know people are going to be mad because it's not Wilson. Gosh darn it. There we go. But Hopper, another guy with a lot of burst and speed, man. You watch him scrape around, to defend the run and blitz, and you get really excited about this. So Lloyd is. I knew it. I called it. I don't know what mine is. I know my favorite one is definitely from today. Let's put that out there, okay? We'll put that out there. It's definitely from today. Nate, I went through about 9 games last night.
Did you?
It's fine. It's not the best, but
at least you feel that way and not throw your chair through the wall angry.
It's true. All right, so if anybody's worried about this, I'll just put this out there. I have Tyron Hopper ranked higher than Jeremiah Trotter. So, something to they have to be. They have to be. He's too talented. Joseph, I think it's fine. I don't think it's exceptional. But I think what they're asking him to do and to scrape and get into that outside gap to kind of turn things back in, I think it works. I think there's a ton of athleticism to work with. They've basically said tonight with their 2 linebacker selections, Mike linebackers, what are those? We have one, Isaiah McDuffie. Don't worry about it. So yeah, that's that.
I feel like at the worst, like Tyron Hopper at the start, it's a pretty solid special teams piece at the start. Like at the worst,
yeah,
because he can line up on tight ends, or not line up on tight ends, but he can guard tight ends too. So
yeah, no, yeah, it's
send him through the gaps.
I think Cooper processes better than Quay. Yes, Cooper is going to have to basically, if you want him to play Mike, which I don't, he has to turn into Nick Bolton. Nick Bolton had really, really short arms for linebacker, but he found a way to dip under blocks, play with good leverage through that contact, and get around them to make plays. And that's why he's hung in the league at Kansas City. I think it's going to have to be kind of the same thing. If for Edgerrin Cooper, but maybe he can do it. Peyton Wilson has dropped, and that's, what happened to Gray? I have no idea. That's the loaded question. Because what do I have? Guys, get hyped. We have in my opinion at least, we got 2 of the top 5 linebackers in the draft. I have Hopper at LB5. I don't know if anybody knows that. Probably nobody, because I dropped the board today because yesterday the technical issues had me doing other things. Nate, how do you feel about Jalen McMillan joining your division?
Washington, he's got some pretty good bursts and change of direction, gets open. I think, that's a pretty good value pick. I'd say he was ranked. I mean, Matt Miller, I think, had him in the 90s, so I think that's about where I thought he was going to go. But big hand, good length. It'll be interesting for the Bucs. The Bucs need some help with Baker coming in, so it'll be interesting. He missed time, I believe, last year, maybe 2 years ago. But it'll be interesting.
Yeah, I agree. I like McMillan. I think him and Polk do different things. I think you could split hairs at who you like better. It's really about who is doing what. Polk is the catch point blocker, QB best friend in that regard, playing physical. McMillan's smooth and kind of your more advanced route runner, I think. And I think both Polk and McMillan are underrated vertical threats as well. But I do think McMillan's really smooth, attacking leverage against soft coverage. He's going to be an option route maestro too. Truthfully, I think for Tampa, this is Godwin's eventual successor. This will be your Godwin successor, in my opinion. So
it makes sense. I mean, they're set right now with Palmer, Evans, and Godwin. So you kind of let him kind of make sure that his injuries are good, and then when Chris Godwin's legs run out, Jalen McMillan slides in.
Yeah, exactly. exactly. There you go. I'm
with it.
I think that's truthfully what's happening. I mean, look, 2022 he was really good. He caught 79 for 1,098 and 9 touchdowns. It's just injuries derailed what was going to be, I think, a really, really good final year for him. And he still got on the field and made some plays in some big games late in the season. So, I'm there with that. I like it. Baltimore's going to select Javon Baker, aren't they? That's what's going to happen, right?
Oh.
No?
No, I just read another tweet. Sorry.
Oh. I was like, wait.
Didn't think about something, but now I'm realizing it. Johnny Newton and gonna reunite with Quan Martin.
Oh yeah. That did cross my mind, I think, when it came up, but
he's there now too.
Oh yeah, that he is. Yeah. Good stuff.
The Illinois Washington Illini Skins.
Yeah.
Ooh, don't think that one will fly.
Don't
think that one will fly at all.
That one might not be it, Chief. He said, "See ya." We get pressured all day. Don't get enough clean wins. I know. Adisa Isaac is smooth. I would love to trade back into the third. Honestly, how many picks do we have left? Not that many.
Like 7.
There's only 100.
Yeah.
This time, usually they're like 103, 104.
Yeah, it's like an odd number usually.
That's strange that they've barely got. Maybe just not enough compensatory picks this time around.
They were stingy.
Come on, guys, stop signing free agents. Let them walk. Stop bringing back good players. I want more picks tonight. Okay, so do the Niners have a pick? Okay, so they can't take a kicker. That's tough. Sure. Yeah, I mean, we talk about this. I know we didn't really bring it up a whole lot tonight or the night previous, but he's right there. So is Cooper, both of them. Notable top 30 visits, both there. Clearly the top 30 visits went well. Maybe the Kool-Aid thing was a, medical, they didn't like it. Obviously they passed on Guyton, so they didn't see something there. Would have loved to have Michael Hall Jr. On day 3, I mean, you got to look for Christian Boyd. I know the RAS was pretty poor, but at some point, you take a chance on him. Oladapo, please. Absolutely send it. Tez Walker, if they're going to go receiver, right? Like, we haven't really mentioned that. Well, that's not true. That's not true. Nate knows. I talk about receiver. Oh, Don't say you want players when Baltimore's on the clock, bro. Don't say you want people when Baltimore's on. I'm telling you, they do.
Tip Ryman is a Birds Aren't Real movement member.
What? Who is?
Tip Ryman told reporters during the season that he is a member of the Birds Aren't Real movement. Citing,
that's a D
have you ever seen a baby pigeon?
Yeah, that's the point.
Yes, I have actually.
And if you haven't, that's the point, right?
Yeah,
that's the point.
They don't exactly leave the nest until they're ready to.
Like, this is, I don't see birds is such snake propaganda, right? It's like, oh, I need to eat things. Put your birds on the ground. Are the snakes pushing this? Who's pushing this? Right?
It's got to be anti-bird propaganda.
It's anti-bird propaganda from predators. This is
the guy who started that movement came out a while ago, pretty close after it got like very viral, and said that he did it just to show how gullible the population was.
The apex predator hawks are that's what's going on here.
Yeah,
they're sending this propaganda in. Yeah.
Ooh, we got a Houston Christian alum.
That's what I'm talking about. Jalix Hunt going. Adisa Isaac has ton of speed, ton of burst off the edge, by the way, and I think that is. I mean, the Ravens can't quit these Penn State rushers, man.
That's true, yeah.
Odafe Owe a couple years ago. They took Ojabo, so they can't quit. They can't quit Big Ten rushers.
You know
it
who
would seem with a lot of
Isaac,
athleticism.
you know who he reminds me of is Boy Mafe.
Which they could use.
Yeah,
they need some kind of stability.
He makes it hard to block him, that's for sure.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
You know, Jalix Hunt, sneaky top 5 draft name for me this year.
Yeah, it's a pretty good one.
It's a pretty sick name, but also it's do you know any other Jalixes? Jalixi? Because I don't.
No. Do not.
By any spelling.
No.
Nope.
I don't.
Do you have to think? So. Did you have to think long and hard about that one to make sure?
Yeah, definitely. I had to peek to the sky for a second and think about it. He's a converted safety, by the way, as well.
Yeah.
That's interesting. So much athleticism, so much burst. I mean, if Philly wants to get creative and send this guy looping on stunts immediately, like that's going to be very beneficial to him.
I feel like that's such a. He could hit really big with this on the Eagles because it's a team that like can develop him, and I feel like if it doesn't, round 3,
it's true.
I like that pick for them.
Yeah, I do as well. That's cool to see him get off the board on day 2 from Houston Christian. So, that's awesome. Who's the other edge rusher? Yeah, Javon Solomon from Troy would be the other edge rusher that I would consider at this point. I think if Green Bay's going edge, I'm calling it now. It will be Brennan Jackson tomorrow from Washington State. Yeah. That's my guess. And the fact that Javon Baker's still here is really saddening to me. It's a humbling experience. So, it's fine. Seattle fans are flocking to the Haynes video. We'd love to see that. Oh, and I have to have Bears fans on my channel looking at it. Oh my god.
Oh yeah,
I'm taking the video. I'm taking the video down. No, I'll take all the clicks. Feed me clicks, Bears fans. You won't. So yeah, I think we got a decent. I didn't have Hopper in the day 2 fits video for Green Bay, but I definitely had Cooper and Bullard on there, so we'll take that as a W. I didn't think they were going to take Lloyd, but they took him over Jalen Wright, which is shocking, I think. So Troy University, my alma mater. Hunter Ford would be good. Yeah, that's true. But yeah, Boyd, I think, will go tomorrow. I don't think Boyd's not coming off the board here in the next few picks. Oh, the Bills took Dwayne Carter from Duke. We talked about earlier, chat. Yeah, powerful rusher. Just needs to play more under control. Powerful hands, right? Can shock offensive linemen with that initial strike. Powerful run defender who can get people on the ground. No, see, Mitch. It happens when I go on with the rest of the Packernet guys. Usually on day 3, as I start talking about a player and he goes immediately. So I'm wondering. I'm asking them tonight. I'm like, do you just want me to avoid it tomorrow so we get guys we want on day 3? And we'll see. Jacksonville took Brian Thomas. They should take Baker. Seems like Green Bay really loves guys with well-rounded games to them, very specific skill sets. Yeah, it seems like the skill set that they wanted with Hopper and Cooper is athleticism that is off the charts. So, I'm in for that. I am in for that. Yeah, this will be. I'm excited. I'm excited to see these linebackers play ball. It's gonna be a good time. Yeah. I mean, we are. We are almost done. A little over 4 hours is really shocking to me. And there are only 5 picks left. I'm very surprised. Is Hopper a good tackler? Yeah, I think he's fine. I think there are some times where I don't think he's, put it this way, I don't think he's, a hammer per se at the position, but I do think like he can wrap up just fine. He can wrap up at full speed as well. There were a few games where he didn't tackle the best. I think the Auburn game was one of them where just a few missed. I think there were a few missed tackles there. I think like 5 or 3 or 5 in that game, which was not great. But other than that, I think it was fine across the board. I think he'll be. I think you get him in the strength program. You work on that. You work on playing at full speed in the NFL. I think preseason is going to be nice for him. He can iron some of that stuff out. Overall, as a tackler, it hasn't been the best. We can do that. I'll think about it. Got 5 picks. Marinate on that. Here's what I'll tell you. What I'll do it. But I swear, if I don't see, thousands of views tomorrow on Morgan and Cooper and Bullard videos, I'm not going to be a happy man because I'm going to be up all night doing those after the post show. So I better see the love going there. But no, I don't know how I'm not sure what I'm going to do with the Lloyd video now because I think we'll just have to work on how it fits the run game video, which could be changing with Jacobs in there, but I have no idea. Who does he bump? Wilson? Yeah, maybe. He might bump Eric Wilson out of the picture. But, I mean, they need more in the linebacker room anyway, right? If they're going to be in 4-3 base on some snaps, there are going to be 3 guys out there. And if you got, 5 in the room, it's not even 2 for every spot. They might take another tomorrow. Don't be surprised. Don't be surprised. But yeah, just a few picks left on the docket here. Let's see here. Okay, Josephson. So that's good. There's one. We got one, baby. Ooh. Okay, I talked about this, Nate, a little bit. The Jags took Jerry and Jones. I don't know, man. Not thrilled about how he does as a slot player.
Interesting. Tip Ryman is Peter Schrager's favorite dude in the draft.
Peter Schrager's Schrager anti-Bird as well. Many are
Seems
asking
that way. They must be in line.
Many are asking this.
He's gonna have to change his bio to Bird hater.
So this is what I wanted to bring up on Jerry and Jones. Do we want to just talk about this? So, like, he's got a 90 grade, which is super sick right down here. 90 grade overall. Look at the 2 games that are really insanely good. North Alabama, Southern Miss. Those aren't ACC teams.
That's tough, buddy.
So that's why I'm a little bit kind of like, oh, wow, yeah, look, you see his grades? I'm like, yeah, do you see he has a pass rush grade of 99 in a game against North Alabama? Right? Like his only 2 coverage grades above 75 are the 2 games here. So I don't know, Nate. That's just interesting, A little bit of a grade inflation there.
I probably speak too heavily on body of work. So yeah, not a great look.
This is just not the best. And I think, to be fair, I think like Kinchen's was a little bit that way last year too, where I think we were hyping him up a lot, and there were 2 games that were really exceptional and a lot of games like this. So, I fell victim to it as well. But yeah, appreciate you, Rock Bass, for hopping in, and I'm glad you enjoyed. I mean, I'm glad you enjoy it because I know it's a lot to put in. We're putting in a lot of days to make sure that this is given as much info as possible. And this is, by the way, I would like to point out, it's year 8 of the live show. We've been doing this since 2017.
No, don't say it out
loud. Yeah, it's been a long time. We've been doing this a while. So, yeah, it's been a blast. I'm glad Nate got to pop in on day 2 because it's always fun to just chill and kind of see how the full vision comes together, right? Rather than like, oh, they did this in round one, you know? It's much more interesting to be like, oh, this is like with Arizona, right? Like Arizona, we even saw 2 picks in the first, and we were like, oh, they're nice picks. But then you watch them put together what could be a really dominant, enforcing, just will-breaking run game, and you go, that's what I'm talking about. Love to see that. So,
that's what I like.
Yeah. We're very chill. Nobody got upset at all tonight about picks. You know, that didn't happen.
That's not true.
I wish we had that little. We had like TV could with the flashback option, where Puni was picked, and it's like I'm not well. I'll never be well again. Blah 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 stuff like from 20 minutes ago. But yeah, your guy Mitch McKinley Jackson from A&M is out the door to Cincinnati. They got him and Jenkins. They're committed to defending the run. They're committing. They're rebuilding DJ Reader in the aggregate right there. I mean, so that's so it's year 8, and we have appreciate you, Joseph. Appreciate both Josephs in here, of course, and Mitch, who has been here, I think, ever since we started on YouTube. So
yeah,
Mitch, you've been here a long time. Mitch, for that, send me the info. I'll send you a Packers draft hat. That's a little giveaway for the evening. Whoa.
My bad.
So, no, you're good. You're good. Arizona didn't want to be called soft. James Conner must have influenced them. I mean, Petzing's done, and Gannon. It's so funny because you see Gannon do the thing with like Rondale Moore, and you're like, oh my gosh, this is the most cringe nonsense ever for a head coach. What happened a couple years prior? Knee biting. And we thought, oh, this is so over in Detroit. And it isn't. And they're on the cusp of a Super Bowl just a few months ago. Arizona could do this. They really could do this. That's an identity on offense where it's like spam, spam, spam run game. And then you have McBride and Harrison. Like, have fun. That's not a good time. Oh, the Steelers took Peyton Wilson.
The other Wilson.
Steelers took him.
Wilson.
But like that's what's so exciting, right? That's exciting. Or he's gonna take off. He might take off. He really might. Like that is. That would be sick. Should we, Nate? Should we give it a draft head away?
Should we do what?
Should we give a draft head away right now?
I can't even hear you.
Should we give a draft head away? I've got the giveaway tool up.
Should we?
Yeah. I'm gonna create it.
Fun fact about Peyton Wilson: Matt Miller has his pro comp as Leighton Vander Esch.
That's apropos.
Yeah,
that's apropos.
Thought so.
I'm gonna do it after the Wilson pick. So in the comments, we're gonna do this. Put this in the comments here. Wait, actually, let's talk Peyton Wilson really quick, and then we'll get to this because I actually have a graphic for him that we can use. So
400 tackle club.
Yeah. So yeah, Wilson. I mean, 6'3" and 7'8", 233. I mean, the combine performance, heck yes, but clearly the combine performance was not enough to erase the injury history, right? Yeah. And that's really the question, right? You just look at this 2023 of like I'm doing everything I can for this team, right? 92 tackles and 22 pressures. And 6 sacks, right? The missed tackle rate's super low, right? Tyron Hopper's is unfortunately 17%. Packers fans, it's tough scene. His is 4.7% missed tackle rate. That's so low. 3 interceptions, 3 pass breakups, and you look at all the heightened athleticism, stuff like that. Were those freak accidents or just happen while running? That's a good question. I assume they happened while running. Oh, really? Kinchen's for the Rams, huh? Got his own doctor in his back pocket. It's possible. He's productive, though. They played him on, like, NC State. They played him on the almost as a kind of a jack linebacker where he was like edge, but he could drop into coverage in the flat and buzz there. He could blitz. He could take on blocks from that spot. So they played him in an interesting spot, but I do think, like, it's something where Pittsburgh is, they need anything they can at this position. And I'm super, super impressed with them waiting this long and taking a chance, because I think, if he can, stay off IR, I think he could be a effective player for this team.
Yeah. High round tape, high round measurements.
Yeah.
Low, as in good, low round injury history, as in bad.
Yeah.
Low and high when it comes to one being a good thing is a tough change to make.
All right. So put this in. I'm going to see if this works. We're doing a test. Yep, it works. Okay, put that hashtag 2024 draft show in the comments. We'll give something away here. Going to give away a second draft hat. I know Mitch, I'm going to send one because he's been here a long time. We'll send a second one. If Mitch wins it, we'll respin. That's what I'll say. So put that in the comments if you're still here and you would like a Packers draft hat. We'll send you it right here. So get those entries in. Send them.
Gotta do it.
Yeah, send them in. Make sure it's all together, all as one. Make sure it is all as one. Unfortunately, my entry is in there. If it lands on me, we can just respin.
If it lands on you, it goes to somebody who didn't put it all in one hashtag.
That could work, yeah.
If they don't fix it, that's how you adjust.
Yeah, we'll make the adjustment. So keep putting that in there. I'll track the things. Let's get to this. He didn't go day 3. Cam Kinchen is a Los Angeles Ram. So he makes it into this spot. We gotta mention it. Let's do it here. I don't have all.
He plays a lot faster than what he ran.
Yeah, this is the other thing where it's kind of like I'm on the same page with him as I am with Keon Coleman. I don't dislike Keon Coleman because of the 40, the same way that I'm not basing what I think about Kinchen's on the 40. But I mean, 5'11" and a 206. So again, not the biggest, but I mean, by no means small at safety. He did miss 14 tackles in 2022. He missed 10 tackles in 2023. That's something has to improve. But you see some ball production, some catch point disruption there in the stats. But when you look at him, it's the range, right? It's the ability to blitz and close from depth. It's ball skills. It's kind of he still has an enforcer mentality by the line of scrimmage. Just got to clean up the tackles. Just got to clean up some angles, right? There's just a few things here and there, but the talent's undeniable. Rams have been sneaky good tonight, I think. And they went verse. Fiske was okay to me, but I think Corum Kinchen's very solid to finish out their evening.
It's a good way to top off the glass.
Yeah, for sure. I think I would have rather had Braden Fiske be the topping, but they turned it back around. They did a nice job.
I think that's fair, yeah.
The last pick of day 2 is Luke McCaffrey to Washington. Goody, this is a plea from right here. Get up to 101. Go get Javon Baker tomorrow. I'm sick of this. Make the entire league pay for what they have done. Okay? Go 5 deep at receiver that are studs. Let them know. Let them know. I'm telling you. I'm not pleased that we haven't seen him come off the board. But yeah, there's some names that I got to go down the list here that did not make it into day 2. Jalen Wright, probably one of the biggest names there, I think, Nate. Obviously Baker for me. Wait a minute. Was Troy Franklin picked? He wasn't. Troy Franklin was not picked. That's surprising. And sprinkling a little Mustafa. There you go. Oh, yeah.
Gotta think Jalen Wright's gonna go early tomorrow.
I can't believe that. Who's picking early? Carolina, Seattle, New England, Arizona. I mean, so Carolina took Brooks. Seattle, stop. No. Stop it. Not as in like, don't take him because I'll be mad. You have running backs. Stop doing that. Take another guard. Okay. Not allowed to. New England, I don't think that's what they need at the moment. Arizona just took Benson. Chargers didn't take a running back, right? I don't think the Chargers took one. That would be my vote. Or the Giants, actually. They don't have like anybody. They have Devin Singletary. That would probably be where I'd go. New England, you have an opportunity to do something awesome, by the way, tomorrow. Javon Baker, Jaylen Polk for Drake May. Yes. Or Arizona. You need another. Michael Wilson, wide receiver 2, or Javon Baker, wide receiver 2. Just saying. Who am I going to take targets from to feed Baker? Whoever. Anybody. Nobody's safe. That's what I got to say. Nobody's safe. No, I assume Goody will not be looking receiver at all. Jacksonville's got 2 picks early-ish tomorrow, 114, 116. They could do it. Oh, yeah. New England's got 103 and 110. Yeah, use one of those. Don't even think twice. Do not even think twice. I just think we have another Amon-Ra situation on our hands where everybody knows that this guy should not still be available. But Troy Franklin not going today was pretty shocking. Same with Malik Washington. Oh, Dorless. Yeah. Dorless is still there. That's pretty shocking, actually. Because, man, Mason Smith went in the 2nd, and Dorless didn't go. Listen, Mason Smith, why is that? High recruit. Loads of potential. His teams with the high recruit stuff, like it matters, believe it or not. Isaac went. Cedric Gray, obviously, is one. DJ James, Kyrie Jackson, Cam Hart, all still available. All of the nickel players that I thought would go early went. So a lot of safeties available as well. So there's still a lot of players. Braylon Allen the fourth is good value. I think Will Shipley would be nice value, honestly. I really came around to Will Shipley late in the process. So let's do the giveaway, shall we? Love Cam Hart. Love Cam Hart. So we have 7 entries. Who's going to win?
It's Jake Sherman.
It is going to be me. That's where it's stopping. No, it's not.
Rock Bass.
W. Okay, so winner.
Profile picture too. It looks so good in that.
It's clean
graphic.
Yeah, it's clean. It's clean. Okay,
it reminds me of one of our like original Sports Guys logos that we would have come up with.
Yeah, probably. That's
got a nice vibe.
Yeah. I wish I had like a confetti thing. I don't want to open it up in here. I think it would get behind my computer and all that stuff. I would love to pick it up. Rock Bass, yeah. Send me Your info, you can. I don't know if you have Twitter. If you do, at Jake NFL Draft is the username you can find me at if you want to send me your info that way. That would be the way to do it. I can get you one, Mitch. Obviously, I told you are already doing so for being here for 4 years. Incredible stuff. I think that's going to do it. But obviously for those, maybe for the late night owls, might do a little Packers recap, of course, because that I know that's kind of what you've been doing for 4 hours. But there you go. A little any big winners from today before we obviously Rock Bass is a winner, of course. But more about the NFL teams per se that won today in your mind, or no, you don't. Okay, we'll have to figure something out.
Give them the email.
Send that info. Yeah, email here. Yeah. Actually, email might be. Let me check. I'll put it in chat. No, we're a separate show for recap. I got to put a Packers logo on stuff. I got to put a Packers logo on it because Packers fans are not clicking on this thumbnail here. They're gonna be like, oh, it's just a draft show. There's no Green Bay in here. Hey, by the way, talk to them. There's a draft pick in there for Green Bay, though.
Oh, yeah, true.
He's in there, top left, Javon Bullard. Yeah, let me see. Yeah, it should be. Email should be right here. Yeah, it's right here. It's in the channel details, Rock Bass. If you want to send it there,
my gosh,
just go into channel details, and that's where you can do that. What's up?
You're so close to 2,000.
I know.
So close.
I assume we're gonna get there. We're gonna get there when we.
I love that the Seattle people are already.
Seattle people. No. I gotta shout out these folks though. I gotta shout out the Seattle folks. When I did it, my second video I've ever done on YouTube was Dwayne Eskridge, and we were live, Nate. We were live on day 2. They picked him at like 57, 58, something like that. It was him and Atwell next to each other, and I remember we got off the stream. And it went from
it was instant. Yeah.
Man's got 300 views on that. Cool, nice job, well done. 5,800. It was like that. Seattle fans, I'm impressed. Y'all really show up for your guys when you look on YouTube for stuff, and that's cool stuff. You guys will love that, I'm sure. The Christian Haynes video, because he lights it up. Joseph says he hates Philly for taking DeJean and Mitchell. That's fair. Most people do, I think, Nate. I think they're not pleased with that.
Yeah.
There was always the talk. The entire talk was like both are nice fits for them at 22, and they got both of them. Silly stuff for Philly there. Silly Philly.
Silly Philly.
So yeah. I'm trying to think of who else like. Arizona, of course, stands out. Ew, nope, bad pick. Go away. It's not a good pick at the start of round 2, in my opinion. The Chargers did well. Yeah, the Chargers took Colson and McConkey. They didn't have any other picks, did they? No. Colson McConkey's pretty good for the Chargers. Got to shout them out, I think.
Yeah, I can't hate on that too much.
Yeah, I think that's pretty good. Arizona establishing an identity. Actually, oh yeah, I was going to say
I love that group. Actually, I think that's spot on.
Yeah, I mean, I know that. Well, I already did Peyton Wilson one. Peyton Wilson's already live. They gotta go find that. So I gotta tweak the title and all that for them. Yeah, Dallas. Well, I know Dallas people are already clicking on the Kneeland scouting report, so could do a video there. Yeah, Seattle for sure. I don't remember who else they picked, honestly. Slipped my mind. No, stop showing me Coleman stuff. I don't want to see it. He stinks. Good times.
Tough.
The heck did these cats pick round 1? Oh wait, yeah. There's nothing to do. Mitch, there's nothing to do. I've already done both their picks.
Yeah.
Murphy and and Haynes are both their guys. I've done videos, so that'll work.
Yeah, they went kind of nuts, huh?
Yeah, they did. Colts, Latu, and Mitchell. Chris Ballard up to it again, man. He's on to something.
Not shocked.
Yeah, trade up for Dorless, get a run stuffer tomorrow, then just O-line and DB depth late rounds. Detroit jumping the queue, yeah. 49ers. Yeah. There were some jumps on the doorstep. Philly sniping DeJean right in front. Trading out for the Saints to take Kool-Aid. Tough scene. They must like the corners. They must like Stokes, Valentine, which is fine. Yeah, so Rock Bass, just email me. Use that email. I'll send you that. Mitch, you can use that as well if you need to, if that's what you want to use. But yeah, I'll be sending those out for you guys. Oh, you know what? It's a great time to check the one we're doing on Twitter as well. I didn't think about that. We should check that. Also, I gotta share this. Okay, we gotta share this. It's one of the great calls in the modern era. It's really one of the great calls. So May 29th, 2023, put out the way too early 2024 mock draft. Let's cut to pick 17.
Minnesota Vikings. Kirk Cousins deal. Not done. That's okay. We'll go with JJ McCarthy, who I think, has gotten a lot of negative buzz, and I think that's fair. But maybe we'll bet on potential here. We'll see what we got. He does a good job maneuvering around. He's obviously a good athlete, right? I think Penix and Nix could both be in play here. It's just maybe a matter of flavor of what you want at the position. But we're going to go McCarthy there for Michigan. I'm sure that pick will not be met with any questions in the comments.
Let's go. That's what I'm talking about, huh? How about that? 11 months out, JJ McCarthy to Minnesota. Obviously, that could easily happen, right? There's a good chance a lot of the top prospects stay top prospects, but that's one of the better calls. I've done that 3 times now on the channel, and that's just one of the better calls in a while. So I had to share that. Didn't share it last night, forgot. We were just, it was going last night. So, but I had to share that for you guys before we got out of here. So thank you guys all for tuning in. Make sure you drop thanks for Nate for popping in as well. It's a blessing when he gets to get on here and chill with y'all. Because the reason this is here is because we started that back then. Because I went to Nate and I said, and Nate, being the supportive person he is, says, "Yeah, let's do that. Let's do that. Let's go live. Let's see how that goes." Day
it
2
worked really well.
Yeah, the first one we did, it was like 1,000 views. Day 2 had like 5,000. The first year we ever did it on Periscope, and we were like, "Oh wow, this is sick. We're doing this every year. We're gonna dress up a little more fancy next time around." I'm gonna get a haircut the next time we do it. Right, my hair was so long on funny. That first stream. It was.
I got a haircut this time for that exact reason. I was like, we can't go back to that.
Same. Like, I just imagine here, and it's like up like twice, maybe 3 times as high. And I was doing this the whole time. I was like pushing the hair back because it wouldn't stay up. Just a horrendous stream. Honestly, couldn't believe that.
We were balancing the phone on the mic because that was how we streamed.
Man, we used a phone. We used
and it
a
overheated
phone
several times.
Yeah, and it was like, all right, next year we have to use a phone, but hopefully it can hang, and it started to hang, which was good.
We're pumping out. This is the first year we haven't really pumped out the link, I think, too. So that's kudos to the guys that keep coming back years after year.
Yeah.
Next year, I'm going to try and watch a little more football. So that'll help. Got married this year. Did a lot of crazy stuff this year.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, that's fair. 2025, Nate. 2025, you need to, Nate, because 2025, folks, we might be taking this on the road. This will be the closest draft that I have covered. Yeah, we're taking this on the road, I think, next year. I think we're gonna be in Green Bay.
Party. We might have to.
Yeah, I think. So there's a lot of chatter amongst the Packernet folks about this as well. I'm gonna float it by everybody else in the space that does this that I tune into as well. We're gonna talk to the Around the 412 fellas, I'm sure. Probably talk to Couch Potato General Manager fellas as well. I think this could be once in a lifetime next year.
Yeah, it's gonna be.
So make sure, make sure you stay following because content's not going anywhere, right? I think that is really the one thing I want to say as well. After this stream, obviously this is kind of like the 2 days where I just freaking geek. I looked like the guys, Nate. Thursday morning, I looked like the guys at the Microsoft reveal, the Microsoft launch. Just like complete goobers jumping around like that. That was me Thursday morning, because that's what this is. And so, again, just thanks so much to everybody who tunes in to YouTube, because I know there's a ton of options now with this. So we appreciate you sticking around here, because I can't promise it's going to be a perfect show, but we can promise you we're going to give you as much info as we possibly can through this. And hopefully you felt like that next year. Get ready. Got some ideas, and we're delivering on it. So thank you so much. Again, Mitch, Rock Bass, make sure you float me emails for the giveaway stuff. And thank you guys again. Hit thumbs up if you haven't on that way out there. And I'm geeked for the film rooms. I'm geeked for all this. I'm sad that we're almost done with draft week, but I thank you guys again. I wish I had some confetti to push out, but we don't.
Here, I'll leave this with something I've been wanting to do the entire time we've been doing this.
We need some super hype music next go round. Oh, that echoed. It does that still when you do it echoed, but yeah. And again, make sure you say thanks to Nate for showing up big here. Maybe Nate will run some 1s and 2s perhaps for the live. Nah, he's. I think he'd rather do anything else, to be honest.
No, if you do a post show, I'll be in there.
All right, Nate might be in there for the post show. All right. I'll make the thumbnail.
Be in the chat. I gotta go tend to my family members.
What time is it? Late. Oh well. Yeah, we'll start the post show. We'll give it 15 or so, 15, 20 minutes. I'll create that link. We'll talk some Packers. But thank you guys so much for tuning into this. This is the show. So, but we'll see you in the post show, I think, hopefully. Peyton Wilson, Smitty. Peyton Wilson, baby.
Smitty needs to hop in the post show. That's
Smitty, hop in the post show if you're not going in Derek's. Is Derek doing a post show? I assume Derek's doing one, no?
Smitty probably already left.
Smitty just hopped in here to yell Peyton Wilson.
Peyton Wilson, I'm out.
That's fair. Yeah,
I get it. I understand that vibe.
But where do we get the link? I mean, it'll be on YouTube. YouTube will have it. YouTube will have it. Yeah, post show link will be on YouTube for the Packers.
I'll share it on my Twitter for you.
Smitty, share that Peyton Wilson video up. I know Derek's going to do one, but I'm glad y'all got a guy that I did a film room on. So, yeah. All right. No clue if he is. Smitty, you want to hop on for talk Packers picks in 20? If you want to, the invitation will be open. Or to talk anything. NFL draft post show? I don't know. We're doing a post show of some sort.
The Golden Bachelor? The Bachelor.
We'll do some post show. Post show will be on. I don't know if it's Packers base or not. Whatever, we'll figure it out. But let's get out of here before I ramble on even some more. Smitty, I'll get at you in the on Twitter. Thank you guys again so much. Year 8 is in the books. Year 9 is gonna be even bigger. Thank you guys. Take it easy. I wish there was something cool to play us out, but just the draft ticker. But next year we'll have some sick music. I promise.
I'll sing for you.